Right, thank you for your patience. We had a meeting upstairs and hence the delay. So let's get started today. The public regular meeting of the Board of Education for March 10th, 2026 is called to order. All items being considered this evening are posted on the PPS website on the Board and Meetings tab. This meeting is being streamed live on PPS TV Services website and Channel 28 and will be replayed through the next 2 weeks. Good evening and welcome. Thank you for being here, taking your time out of your day to care about public education. First off, some housekeeping rules. Housekeeping rules. If you are displaying signs or banners, we just ask you to keep them below chin level so people behind you can see. For safety reasons, please keep all the aisles and walkways clear. And in general, let's be respectful for each other. Our first item of business tonight is to vote on the resolution to recognize classified and non-represented employee appreciation week. I'll hand this off to Superintendent Armstrong.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Wong. As we know, classified and non-represented employees often work behind the scenes but are essential to our students' success. They support nearly every aspect of the district, from transportation and nutrition services to custodial services, office support, technology, facilities, and specialized operational roles. We have our Chief Human Resource Officer with us tonight to read a statement, so I'm going to ask for her to come forward. Thank you.
Do I need to push it? Oh, no, it's on. Hi. Thank you so much for having me, Chair Wong and board. If you know me, I am Dr. Angela Freeman. I'm the Chief Human Resource Officer. I've only been here since July. But if you know me, you know that I'm a person who tries to find the good in all situations, the good in people. Having gratitude and being happy for others when they succeed has literally kept me from going to unpleasant places at really hard times in my life. Lately, I'm finding that it's harder to focus on much to be grateful for, even just a bit of light in these seemingly times of darkness and clouds. But when Roseanne let me know that it was customary for the CHRO to say some words of gratitude prior to the adoption of the Classified Appreciation Week, I was excited for the opportunity to lift the good that I get to experience in Portland Public Schools every day by working alongside our classified and non-represented partners. When I first began in the district back in July, I made a point to reach out to all of the presidents of each bargaining unit for coffee, hoping to start building a trust and even more getting to know them as better as human beings. The reception that I received from each of them was open and honest, and I learned that our classified staff is truly the backbone of our organization. And they come to work each day ready to do what needs to be done to ensure that our students, our staff, and our community have everything that they need to serve students. Oftentimes, their work is being done without fanfare, bells, and whistles. But yet some of the strongest relationships that our students will have are with the staff member that greets them in the morning as they get on the bus, or that classified staff member that helps them when they get hurt at recess, or that classified staff member that notices when that student is having a bad day. These are the staff who work when there are no students. There are the staff that work when there are no students in the building to make sure that the lights are working and the water is running properly when students arrive the next day. I'm just here to say that our district has the hardest working staff who take pride in their work and are committed to ensuring that our students and families are taken care of. So I want to take this opportunity to say thank you. I see several of my folks out there. I see Elizabeth, I don't know if Kelly, and I've got Bruce and Henry and a lot of the folks that are leading these great people, and I just want to say thank you. We wouldn't be here without you today.
Thank you, Dr. Freeman. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 7257, resolution to recognize classified and non-represented Employee Appreciation Week, March 2 to 6, 2026?
So moved.
Director Slip moves.
Second.
Director Chase Miller, second.
Sullivan, DePass, and Chase Miller.
And DePass and Sullivan. Any board discussion or comments?
I just feel like I know we don't want to talk too much on items like this because we have so much on our agenda tonight. So I'm going to attempt to speak for all of us if that's okay. But for all of us who've had kids in our schools, we know how important classified staff are at each and every building. And we also know how important they are in this building and at all of our other facilities that our kids haven't been to. So I just kind of wanted to make sure we took a second to have that moment rather than be silent and vote. So thanks.
Thank you. Well said. Any others? All right. Ms. Brashaw, is there any public comment?
No.
The board will now vote on Resolution 7257, resolution to recognize classified and non-represented employees. Appreciation Week, March 2 to 6, 2026. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. Opposed? Abstentions? Student Representative Retorto?
Yes.
Thank you. Resolution 7257 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative Retorto unofficially voting yes. Thank you to all our classified staff. Yeah. And non-represented employees. All right, next up we have the superintendent's report. So I'll hand this over to Dr. Armstrong.
Thank you. It is always a pleasure to bring my month's update. And so, as mentioned, we're classified in non-rep week, and just excited to have the official recognition, but also I thank all the teams going out across the field that really recognized and supported individuals. Another week that we had was last week was School Social Work Week. And so really lifting up the work that our social workers do in our schools. And I'm sure that they were loved up by the team as well. And as we know, March makes Women's History Month. And so just really want to lift up and acknowledge all the work that women has done across the nation. And moving us on, let's see. Thank you for that. All right, so just some updates, just a quick bond update. So the Jefferson High School modernization is on track for spring 2026 to start construction, with instruction happening in classrooms fall 2029. So staff, community, students will be celebrating the groundbreaking on May 29th. And so just look forward to seeing you all in community there. Cleveland modernization is on schedule for a July start to construction, same with an opening of instruction on fall 2029. So I want to encourage you all to check out KPTV's report on one of the ways the Cleveland modernization team is working to preserve the high school's history. And so we're super excited about that. Also, continuing on, we have roof replacement that is happening in 4 sites across Portland Public Schools. And so it protects from, there's just the overall protection, insulation, mechanical and seismic improvements. And so this photo is from late February when contractors interested in the project were on site at Vesto to learn more about the project before bids were submitted. So you're able to see that. Athletic improvements. So we have the bond-funded athletics facility work going strong. Permanent lighting installation at Grant Bowl is planned to start this spring and be fully complete in May. So we're excited about that. This photo is of resurfacing work on the track, tennis court, and turf field at Marshall campus, which is already underway. Cleveland High School students will use these fields during their school's modernization. Then work on the reconstruction of Jackson Middle School's track and field is also planned for this summer and will be ready for Ida B. Wells students to use, will be ready for their use during the modernization. So super excited about some of those milestones. I won't go on too long because I sent a progress report out recently about math proficiency and our progress over the last 3 years. We've been really encouraged by the news on how math proficiency is growing across our elementary and middle school grade bands, and how our progress is closing some of those stubborn gaps of achievement that has existed between student groups. And so we're super encouraged to see that movement. We know that 100% of students achieving is our ultimate goal, and we also want to take time to celebrate some milestones. So I'll just take a moment for you to be able to see some of those graphs of, you see more arrows going up for an increase than a decrease. And I also just want to call out that the jump that we had for our students exceeds pre-pandemic levels. And so we are an outlier in Oregon. Many districts are still working to get back to pre-pandemic levels. So it's exciting that we have at least hit that milestone, and there's nowhere else to go but up. And so we're going to continue to move in that direction. Also, you know, I love to introduce legacies who we honor and have made a difference by attending our schools here in Portland. So the legacy that I'd like to lift up is Avo Gortley. Avo was one of 20 Black students at the Girls Polytechnic High School in Portland, a sister school to Benson that eventually became Da Vinci Arts Middle School. She became the first Black woman elected to the Oregon State Senate in 1997. She served multiple terms in both the Oregon House of Representatives and the Oregon Senate, advocating for education, civil rights, and social justice. She's known for championing policies that increases equity and opportunity for underrepresented communities in Oregon. Now, she's recently passed away, and we know that she leaves a lasting legacy here in Portland and beyond. We also like to celebrate those who are in our building doing amazing work. So I want to show you this video of one of our outstanding principals, hearing her lift up her work as we celebrate her. The volume.
I am Dr. Trinice Brown Warrens, the proud principal of Markham Elementary School, and the role I play in this community is leading change, excellence, and driving success. When I walk into the school every single day, the responsibility I feel is ensuring students feel seen, heard, validated, and they have access to grade level centered aligned curriculum. Personally, this work matters to me because as a Black woman, education was the key to my success in making it out of the hood. Without being in the books and studying, I wouldn't be sitting here as doctor. I wouldn't be sitting here at the seat of change. And most recently, I have a 3-year-old Trayvon. And so I think about what his life is going to be because I have the seat at the table that I have. What has leadership and legacy building taught me? It taught me that I am truly my ancestors' wildest dream. And it has taught me that what I do where I'm planted matters. And it's not about looking for the next opportunity, but it's about growing deep roots so that when it is time for me to leave, I'm leaving a lasting impression that can be picked up by the next leader. How do I balance high expectations while protecting the joy? I don't separate the two. I firmly believe that students want to be challenged and they want the bar to be raised. And when they get there, they have the joy of knowing something that I thought I couldn't do, I finally did it. And so it's the same thing I had in the classroom when I was a teacher. It's that light bulb moment. And so now as a principal, seeing those light bulbs go off in multiple different classrooms, man, that's the joy. What does strong instructional leadership look like in classrooms, not just plans and meetings? It looks like me. It looks like a leader who knows what the plans should be, who is active in the meetings, and I take what I expect and I go into the classroom and I roll up my sleeves and I model it. I sit next to students and help them to achieve it, and I coach side by side with educators. And now that I have the resources with Title I, I allocate my Title I resources to ensure the gaps that I'm seeing in the meetings and in the plannings and in the classrooms are filled in with those Title I funds. Where have I seen culture directly influence student outcomes? I have seen that here at Markham. We have built a culture of community, and a culture of high expectations. And I have seen students rise to that occasion. In 2023, January, we were hit by an ice storm that impacted our building, and we were spread across 4 different campuses to end that year. And in that year, I saw my students showing up and still growing academically. And I told people all the time, you can take us from our building, but you can't take our systems and excellence. And then to start the 24-25 school year, we were at the local middle school. And at the end of the year, we saw an increase of 11% in ELA and a 5% increase in math and a 10% increase in our attendance. Because again, it doesn't matter where you put us, we have that culture of high expectations, community, and success. What people may misunderstand about sustaining excellence over time is that quick pivots have to happen. Success in one season does not mean success in every season. And so you always have to go back and check your ego at the door as a leader and say, hey, this worked last time, but it's not working anymore. And what can I do to ensure I'm still achieving the main goal, but I might have to make that look differently. So those quick pivots and letting go of your ego is so important as a leader.
I love that. So excellence looks like Dr. Trinice Brown Warrens. Thank you for
Who's
being
in
here.
the
We see her in the
audience.
back who's waving. Yes. And her son. Yes. Thank you. So that launch is a new monthly storytelling series that we will be bringing each month. It highlights the building leaders, the levers of change who are shaping Portland Public Schools. It's rooted in our racial equity-centered principal pipeline initiative, and it'll show how principals translate equity from philosophy into daily instructional practice inside their schools. So we look forward to bringing this series to you tonight, and I look forward to continuing to push out this monthly work to showcase the work that's happening in our buildings. And that concludes my presentation for tonight. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Next up, we have Student Representative Torto with the student report.
Thank you. So I'll talk first about what we've been doing in District Student Council. We've got, we've only got a few meetings left in the year, but we're functioning pretty well. We've got everybody out in their committees. I know our curriculum committee is particularly interested in what's going on right now in the district curriculum-wise. So if there's any people in the central office from the curriculum team listening, you might be getting an email from me or them in a short time frame about that. We might have them tag along to some of those social studies curriculum events, which will be very fun. I know our government advocacy committee has also been doing work with our district lobbyist, and now that the session is over, I think that they will most likely get time to sit down and meet and talk about what government advocacy looks like from the student side during the next session next year. So that's also really awesome. We've also been talking about the student summit. There's been some changes because of the changing funding situation, but we're keeping all our options open. We might end up not doing one this year, but we have been looking at some other possibilities and how we could do it on a significantly tighter budget. So that's pretty much all we've got going on right now, but I will probably have more for you guys next meeting.
Great. Thank you. All right, next up we have general public comment. First, we'll start with student comments and then general comments. Before we begin, I would like to review some guidelines for our public comments. First, the board thanks you for taking the time to attend this meeting and providing your input. Public input, especially from our students, informs and improves our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts and reflections. A couple of reminders. As board members, we are here to listen and not engage in conversation with those who are testifying. Our board office may follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony. We also request that all complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. I will remind PPS staff who are giving public comment that they may not provide testimony about students that could violate confidentiality protections under FERPA. This includes testimony using information that could identify students, especially in their school community, by use of direct or indirect linkages, such as school, grade, special education, or other status. For materials that you would like the board to receive, such as handouts, pictures, etc., please do not come up to the dais. Please hand them over to Ms. Bradshaw over there, and who will distribute them to us. In order for the board to conduct its business, we ask that audience members please refrain from calling out, interrupting speakers, or otherwise disrupting the meeting. We appreciate everyone's cooperation and maintaining a respectful environment for all in attendance. So thank you. If you have additional materials or items that you would like to provide the board or superintendent, we ask that you email them to publiccomment, all one word, at pps.net. Please make sure that when you begin your comment, that you clearly state your name and spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. You'll see the orange light sound, when you have about 30 seconds left, and then the red light means your 3 minutes is done, so please finish up. So let's start with our student comments first. Ms. Brashaw, can you call our students up?
Yes. We have Anusha Abdul Rahim and Cameron Shaper.
Thank you for being here today. You may begin when you're ready.
Hello, my name is Anusha Abdul Rahim. I am a proud member of Yester College at Portland Community College, and I want to thank the board and the superintendent for supporting successful contracted programs in multiple pathways to graduation, like Yester College at PCC. I entered Yester College in spring term 2025. My guardian was looking for schools that did GED programs, and PCC's program was one of the only ones I was eligible for. Yester College is very important to me and helped me a lot in getting me back on my feet after missing high school for over 7 years. I was so relieved to be able to attend in-person classes. It was a huge weight off my shoulders. My goal was to earn my GED as fast as possible. What made that goal easier was how I had the choice, as a student, when and where to choose my classes and when to take my tests, which was foreign to me as someone who has been to public schools with extensive rules and no flexibility. Yester College provides for individual student needs, so I was able to choose if I wanted in-person or virtual classes, choose the campus of my choice so it could be easier to commute home, and choose if I wanted classes in the morning, afternoon, or nighttime. The freedom of choice made my education experience more comfortable and made me feel like I actually wanted to go to school. Unlike my previous public school teachers, my Yester College success coaches always went out of their way to give me individualized support whenever I had any problems, whether it was academic or personal, like if I wanted more tutoring because I felt behind in my studies or I had fears and issues as an immigrant. They showed me they cared about me and wanted me to succeed, which was again so foreign from my personal previous experiences. I gained meaningful connections throughout my time here. I was able to socialize after being isolated and depressed for years, and make friends for the first time in ages. For example, I took a leadership class Yester College provided, and my friends and I were able to plan many events. I was able to experience events kids my age normally do, such as going on field trips, volunteering, and experiencing a high school graduation. This program has been life-changing. In a world where schools just want you to have perfect grades, Yester College made me feel seen, heard, and supported throughout my journey. As a result, I reached my goals quicker than I thought and earned my GED diploma within 5 months. And now I am taking college credit classes at PCC, and I currently have a 4.0 GPA with plans to transfer to a 4-year college. In closing, I want to thank the board and the superintendent for allowing us to come in today and share our voices and our testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Cameron Schaefer, and I would also like to say thank you to both the superintendent and the board for supporting our wonderful contracted programs, offering multiple pathways to graduation, such as the very program I personally attended to acquire my high school diploma, which was also Yester College at PCC. For me, these programs are not merely another option for students, but rather an integral part of our larger education system. In high school, I struggled to flourish not from a lack of intelligence, but rather a lack of opportunity, an absence of pressure, and no true guidance. And though this may seem disparaging to our public school system, I personally think it is little fault of their own that an individual student amongst thousands may struggle with finding the right path. As such, filled with a desire to do something more and faced with the impending doom that was paying for the entirety of a college education, when I heard my friend was going into an early college program, I shot for the same opportunity. Since then, I have benefited not only from the amazing one-on-one guidance of my counselor, but also from the schedule flexibility to maintain a job. And with these things, I managed to secure myself a pathway to the career of my dreams and the financial abilities to achieve it. These programs give students who otherwise may have simply skimmed through high school the ability to take hold of their own academics, a fact that in and of itself may be one of the most potent benefits of offering a pathway outside of the status quo. Ownership of my own education was one of the biggest things that pushed me to be a better student. But to move away from merely my own experience, I'd also like to touch on what I've seen as I've worked through my time here at PCC. Programs like this have a unique position as being able to support otherwise historically underserved communities by offering individual guidance that may have otherwise been denied, flexible scheduling to support whatever financial situation they may have at home, and access to monetary support that may mean being the first person in their family to earn their college degree. These programs are not merely for students who are not being challenged enough, but for those that need a lifeline to get their diploma. Yes to College is not just about early college, it's about understanding that education must be adaptable to the needs of the student, that no system, public or otherwise for that matter, can perfectly encompass every student, and about maintaining the capabilities to pivot and offer new solutions for new problems. By maintaining CBOs, we not only offer the same amazing opportunity I received to more students, but help to support our whole education ecosystem by taking the load off of some of our other institutions and ensuring that no student finds themselves without a pathway to success. It is through continually integrating these systems into our communities that I think we can see a future where these are not merely seen as programs for alternative needs, but a core strategy of our education system here in Portland. Truly, if it weren't for this program, I would not have learned the skills to write this testimony, nor gain the confidence to stand in front of a room of people I do not know and get up on my soapbox. This program in this school changed my life for the better, giving me the tools to maintain a 3.9 college GPA and the resources and connections to make my transfer to PSU next term possible. I know Yes to College and every other CBO we have here can help more students be prepared for the path they choose to walk. To support our alternative schooling options is to ensure that every student has a chance, provided by the flexibility, agency, and affordability that these wonderful programs offer. Once again, I would just like to say thank you to the board and the superintendent for allowing us to come here and share our voices and testimony this evening.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both for coming today to share your stories and provide your feedback. Thank you. Ms. Bradshaw, can you call the next, we're at general public comment, so can you call the next
Yes.
4?
Edward Thomas Leclerc, Paul Howland, Kevin Bordeaux, Jennifer Anderson Kapke.
You can go ahead in the order you're called. And again, just a reminder, 3 minutes, yellow light means 30 seconds, and red light means finish up. Thank you.
In the order we were called, good evening, my name is Edward. I'm here as a Portland resident and parent of students, and in my alter ego as a bike dork. I did a lot of bike dork stuff when my kids were younger. I'm here to ask you to consider a more robust bike and walk policy. We can do it. There is a policy right now, but it's not robust enough to encourage the things we want to see. Back in the day when the kids were little, I did a lot of bike trains in Llewellyn, Selwood. We filled up the streets. We had the Unipiper lead us. We did a lot of cool stuff. We did so much stuff, PBOT had me working with parents across the district. And now, when I see on social media Coach Balto doing the bike bus, I'm going to tell you it's a bike train, and I will die on that hill. When people say, oh my gosh, why doesn't every school do this? I know why, and I could tell you why. It's because when parents and community members reach out, principals don't have a reason to say yes. They default to no. They invent rules. They say things like, I know I was working with one parent who wanted just to have a community and have coffee and collaborate with other parents and walk as parents and kids, just walk to school. And she was told, no, the school couldn't support that. She had to form a nonprofit. She had to get insurance. She had to collect waivers from it was so many rules that it's just, and we need something that gets principals to say yes. I was inspired to come tonight. I saw Ms. Engelsman testified to Portland City Council in support of the city of Portland doing its plan to reinvigorate bike riding in the city. And we can do it. We have like one of the best cities in America for walking and biking. We have a great infrastructure. But I'm here to tell you, I think our schools have the biggest ability to have a change in the footprint of what we do. Every morning across town, our schools regularly become little traffic disasters, and many of our schools actually publish a traffic route for parents in their cars to shuttle their kids from door to door as a sack of flour to be educated upon. But we don't publish bike routes. I know we were lucky enough in Llewellyn to have a very proactive principal who was willing to join us on many of our bike trains, and he was very supportive of all the bike stuff that we did. We did a huge number of things, but too many principals just default to no. When we see things like just getting a bike rack out front, they default to no. So if you could think about it, it'd be nice if we could get a policy that assesses what we're doing, what the impacts are, and how we can encourage ourselves to move forward. Thank you kindly. I'm guessing that's probably my time.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Hi, everyone. My name is Paul Hoagland. I am checking in on my unresolved email complaint to the superintendent and board regarding unprofessional behavior, unhealthy, hostile working conditions in my department. As a former student and current PPS employee, I am ashamed, appalled, and embarrassed that this has been allowed to occur for years in a school district in a progressive city such as Portland. In our current political climate, there is no tolerance for such behavior. We have supervisors that are attempting to fake it until they make it, but are still faking it. After multiple instances of corrective action, supervisors have had the opportunity to improve, but have failed to do so. The damage is too far done, and all trust has eroded. How would students, staff, parents, and guardians, the press, and the public react if they were informed of the misconduct that has been allowed to occur unchecked for years? It's time for the district to stand by its racial equity and social justice lens. The district has opened itself up to a lawsuit long enough. When is enough enough? What will be swept under the rug next? Are subordinates supposed to just forget and pretend like nothing happened? Who do we go to when no one will protect us? Who and what is the policy protecting? How can we trust human resources if they deflect and claim that our legitimate complaints are unfounded and attempt to hinder organized efforts by telling staff that there is no soliciting in the workplace? This is systemic, not department specific. If they don't like you or if you speak up, they will whittle you down until you give up, just to force you out. I'm tired of being made to feel like I'm the problem child. How does the district plan to resolve these issues to restore safe and healthy working conditions so that staff may focus on supporting our students and staff to the fullest extent without distraction?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, PPS School Board. My name is Kevin Boudreau. My daughter is a kindergartner at Beverly Cleary School. When she began the year, we thought it would be a hopeful and joyous start to her educational journey, but that quickly changed in September when violent incidents began to occur regularly. In September, my daughter was struck in the back of the head unprovoked while coloring at her desk. In the days following, she witnessed her classmates get punched in the face, kicked in the chest, and knocked to the ground. Since the beginning of the school year, I am aware of 6 children who have been struck in the head. Head trauma at this frequency is alarming and unacceptable. 12 out of 20 students have been attacked, injured, or experienced a form of physical violence. One family has already decided to remove their child from Beverly Cleary School due to safety concerns. Let me be clear. I am not blaming children for these incidents. I am blaming the lack of supports provided. PPS has a zero tolerance policy for violence at school. Why does this not apply to kindergartners? Room clears are a regular occurrence in the kindergarten classroom at Beverly Cleary. I am aware of 13 room clears due to safety concerns this year. That's equivalent to a room clear every other week on average. Not once was my family notified by the school of these room clears. When our children have to evacuate the classroom for safety reasons, valuable instruction time is taken from them. Why wouldn't PPS want families to know about this? Not only are our children experiencing physical violence, but parents are being kept in the dark. We as parents are not able to guide our kids through the emotional trauma of these experiences because we're not being notified when they occur. Neighboring PPS schools have a room clear notification system that informs parents the same day when these incidents occur. I am asking PPS to implement that same system at Beverly Cleary and across the district. I want to acknowledge that district leadership has reached out to families about these concerns. We will continue to hold PPS accountable to delivering on any promises made regarding this issue. My call to action tonight is simple. PPS must notify families when room clears occur and follow through on its zero tolerance policy for violence in schools. Our children deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Anderson Kapke, K-A-P-K-E. Thank you for saying it right. That's rarity these days. I am a Portland native, Sam Barlow High School, so not PPS, but my father actually is a retired PPS teacher. May he rest in peace. My daughter also goes to Beverly Cleary, and she is one that's been punched in the face and kicked in the back. The safety in the building is not great. And unfortunately, that's happening across the district and different PTA representatives that I've spoken with and collected data on. I'm actually a trained educator. I minored in special ed, and then I became an attorney. And I only work in financial services, but it's still at the heart of me, and it's at the heart of my dad, obviously, as well. So it's important for me to note that we've done great work on the building safety for our kids, but we need to focus and refocus maybe potentially on the physical, mental, and emotional well-being. I attended our PTA meeting last night. I've helped to co-establish a safety committee, but it doesn't end there and it doesn't start there, and it can't just be the parents' accountability. The year, as Kevin mentioned, started out pretty rough. My kindergartner, who was excited to start, who has a November birthday, had to wait a whole another year to start school, doesn't want to go to school anymore. We moved a block away from the school, moved into my dad's house. We specifically moved to go to Beverly Cleary and Grant. I'm now considering private school, which is unfortunate because I also have another child that goes to that school. Safety is about identifying the greatest potential and the actual threat to the children and averting these dangers, and unfortunately I don't feel like that is happening currently at PPS or specifically at my children's school. My children and others in the school district are not being kept from dangers, including from those of their peers. Children have been assaulted by classmates, including head injuries, as both Kevin and I have mentioned, which we feel are not being reported accurately or consistently. Classroom teachers are also being physically assaulted. Children are being exposed to situations in which no children, a sixth grader, a second grader, a fourth grader, should have to be exposed to. These experiences, in my opinion, are being downplayed, excuses are continuing to be made, and accountability consistently redirected. Normalization of this behavior is impacting how they interact with their peers, their parents, and others, and will continue to be so as they become adults. This behavior cannot be normalized, or they will become victims, potentially, of domestic violence. Children are not receiving the services they are required to receive by law. Not only was my father a PPS teacher, but one of my brothers was a special needs individual, and he did not receive the needs, the requirements that he was provided in those IEP plans. Fellow parents and I have escalated this through PPS administration, which they do continue to try to address, but unfortunately it is not being done consistently, accurately, or in a timely manner. The behavioral reporting is the second part of my focus as well. Policies and procedures do exist for PPS. Are we being trained on them? Is the district being trained on them? Or the principals being trained on them, or the teachers? Through my brief research last night, there are massive amounts of resources when it Can I finish?
Go ahead, just finish up.
Yeah, sorry. So my ask is accountability, holding the teachers accountable, holding the principal accountable, holding the administration accountable, prioritizing the safety of our students, requesting external accountability when it comes to those reporting. Reporting has decreased over the years, but how do we know that's accountable when teachers and parents and students are not reporting because they are not getting action or results? All students should be safe and secure in their classroom and be able to learn, not 20 minutes a day every classroom clear being removed from the classroom. So thank you.
Again, thank you all for taking time out of your day to share your feedback and your public comment. It's very important for us to hear, so thank you.
Thank you.
I also want to just, a semi-announcement, but from feedback from the rest of the board and things, I want to bring up opportunities to increase the amount of public comment opportunities and also make it more equitable in terms of access as well. But that conversation I'll be bringing up in the future topics section of our agenda. So thank you all for being here today.
Yeah, thank you. I also wanted to say that I wanted to make sure that my team had an opportunity to catch the Beverly Cleary family, just to make sure that we are responding to some of the things that are coming up for you. So I think they're going to catch you at the door. Thank you.
All right, next up we have our quarterly bond accountability committee report. The Portland Public Schools Board of Education has appointed a citizen bond accountability committee whose charge is to monitor the planning and progress of the bond programs relative to voter approved work scope, schedule, and budget objectives. Providing tonight's report is the chair of the bond accountability committee, Greg DiLoretto. And I'll hand it off to you. Take it away.
Great. Well, thank you, Chair Wong, members of the board, Superintendent Armstrong. As noted, my name is Greg DiLoretto, and I'm the new chair of the BAC. So since I'm new, let me introduce myself to the board. I've been a member of the BAC since February of 2020. I went to Kellogg Grade School in the last century, back when it was a K through 8 school, and I'm a graduate of Franklin High School. And back when I was in the Portland Public Schools, we had an enrollment of about 80,000 students in those days. Those two schools formed a solid foundation for a very successful career. I spent my career in local government, the last 14 years as a CEO for Oregon's second largest water utility. Today, in addition to my work with the BAC, I serve on 2 other regional advisory boards. I spend my time talking about investing in our nation's infrastructure, being invited around the country and the world to give speeches, to testify before Congress, and appear on TV shows on ABC News, NBC Nightly News, and newspapers like the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Washington Post. And schools are one of those infrastructures. In May, I will be moderating a webinar sponsored by the American Society of Civil Engineers on school funding with a panel of national school infrastructure experts. So our first BAC meeting this year was held on January 26th at Jefferson High School. Our focus at this meeting was updates on the 3 high schools to be reconstructed. Now, we meet in person, or try to anyway, every other meeting, and try to find a school where BAC members can see what is needed, or the status of construction, or in one case or 2, to celebrate the completion of a school. We currently have 7 members on the BAC with 2 openings, which I believe you are in the process of filling for us, which is great. Now, the BAC received public comment from 4 citizens, 1 concerning the naming of the Grice Adair Center, 2 comments around the proposed seismic improvement school selection, and a 4th concerning the restructuring of the Office of School Management, which I was recently learned has been renamed to the Real Estate Infrastructure School Enhancements, or RISE. In our previous report to the board, we noted that a change in management was occurring and that reports were being developed and accounts were being reconciled. The good news is that Presidio has nearly completed, maybe have completed now, the reconciling the accounts from the 2012, 2017, and 2020 bond measure. Based on these reports, the BAC believes the programs to have been properly funded. The BAC received a report regarding the bond sale scheduled for February 10th, so I'm assuming that that has occurred. Of note was that Moody's, the credit rating agency, had downgraded the district's credit rating from AA2 to AA3. A couple of reasons for that are outside of the district's control. One of those is the local economy, and the second is school enrollment. The third area causing the drop was the district's low operational fund balance at only 5% of total balances, which is considerably less than the 14% in 2022 and 2023. Now, this was a concern to me. As I mentioned, I'm on a couple other local advisory boards, and I'm chair of one of them, and we enjoy a AAA bond rating, so I was concerned. And my old agency is a AA plus going to AAA. But here's where the beauty of having a diverse group of members on the BAC comes in. Because one of our members is the chief financial officer for capital projects at a large Portland public agency, and he's a former analyst for Moody's Rating Services. And he explained that the ratings are still strong despite Moody's downgrade. And that's a good thing from the cost of debt perspective, since it means the district's borrowing rates are very good. although they will be somewhat between a 0.1% and a 0.5% higher than an agency with a AAA rating. And he points out that a 5% balance is low, and from a risk perspective, declining enrollment is also not a great thing to see in a school district. And on top of those things, the local economy of Portland and Oregon, more broadly, is challenged to say the least. The strong credit ratings are only minimally impacted by those poor credit characteristics because the source of bondholder repayment is so strong and has little to do with these things. Across the country, municipal bonds carry a wide range of securities that back the repayment to the bondholders. And for Oregon School District, that security is among the strongest in the country. When voters approve the sale of bonds, a new property tax revenue is dedicated and it must be collected without regard for what the tax rate is required to generate those revenues. So if assessed value plummets, the rate will simply be increased. Probably not that simply, but it will be increased sufficiently to generate the revenue required to pay the debt service on the bonds. Not only that, but even if the district's enrollment dropped to zero, which is not going to happen, and even if you shut all your doors, which is not going to happen, taxpayers would continue to pay the taxes necessary to repay those bondholders all the way through the maturity. And that's really the strength for the district's bond rating. We're going to have further discussions on finance at a future BAC meeting so that we can stay in tune with what's happening. On the question of whether the bond budget is sufficient to complete the scope of work, as outlined in the voter approval bonds, based on the information presented to the BAC, there are sufficient funds to complete the scope. These are numbers from our meeting, so they may have improved or changed. A total of $4.6 billion in bonds have been approved by the voters over the 4 issues. To date, $2 billion have been spent. Outstanding encumbrances are $170 million, and $2.4 billion in bond funds remain, the majority of which is the 2025 bond. Cleveland High School is budgeted at $449 million, Jefferson High School at $466 million, and Wells High School at $432 million. Major risks to these budgets could come from permit delays and the availability of mass timber. However, your staff is working to mitigate any potential delays to these projects. Based on the schedules presented, the 3 high schools show being delivered on schedule. Jefferson's schedule, of course, has been revised since the 2020 bond issue. As mentioned by the superintendent, for Cleveland, construction should start this June with move-in in the fall of 29. Jefferson groundbreaking, we heard, is scheduled for May 29th with move-in in the fall of 29. And Wills High School construction is slated to begin this December with a move-in in the fall of 29. The BAC also received a presentation from staff regarding potential amendments to our charter. And we are in the process of setting a special meeting for this topic. We've actually picked April the 6th, where that meeting will be just set aside to talk about some of the changes that we've heard you folks may want, as well as things we may want to do. Now, we commend PPS with what they have accomplished, as the number of projects is numerous and they're complex. Presidio has revised their reports to the BAC to reflect our comments from our previous meeting, and those reports meet the requirements the BAC needs to report to the Board of Education. And we thank the board for the opportunity to serve.
Thank you.
Thank
Answer
you.
any questions or try to?
Mr. Dealer.
Or
We'll go
actually say
around
will.
and do questions. But first, I mean, I have a housekeeping question. I just want to check with Ms. Brashaw. We didn't have any union partners signed up for comment, right?
We did not.
Okay. And just so we're good. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Thank you. No, we may move along. We're going to do this in order like we've practiced on Sunday. So we'll start with Director Sullivan, and we'll move down this way, and then we'll change the order as we go.
Well, I just want to thank you for making that understandable and very clear, and it's very much appreciated. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ditto. Thank you so much. See you soon.
Yes.
I think this was also very understandable. Thank you. I have some questions or comments as well. I am grateful for the where you laid out how much is outstanding in each bond, because a few months ago we did hear that we haven't closed out a bond, which was alarming to a lot of us. But I did some math, which I'm not great at, but I was grateful to see that the 2012 bond, for example, it looks like there's only 0.0007% outstanding.
Right.
Yeah, and 2017, 0.06% outstanding, and 0.42 for the 2020. So these are so negligible and so small that made me feel better than this idea that we hadn't been able to close something out. It made me feel better. I did wonder, no funds have been spent from the 2025. Is that expected 10 months post bond I don't know, so I'm asking out of curiosity. Is that expected?
There is some, there
Some.
has been some spend on the 2025 bond,
Okay.
but no, because the design for the major renovations are in the 2020 bond,
Okay.
that is why you're seeing that delay to the kickoff of the 2025 bond spend.
Thank you.
Yep.
Let's see. My other questions, I don't have too many. I was curious, for Cleveland, I noticed that for Jefferson and Wells, the required career learning activities are starting or well underway. What is a career learning activity, and why have none been done at Cleveland yet? What does that mean?
Yeah, you can answer what it is. We were told that they're going to get started on the Cleveland one.
What is
We
it?
can talk
Yeah.
about what they are, actually.
The career learning activities is when the students are able to participate in taking a look at the design that is being designed and kind of the overall construction of the process. Because these are all in design and we're just doing the community outreach and design community meetings. I don't think that they've held one for Cleveland High School yet, but I can get back to the board and update where we are in that process.
Perfect, thank you. You gave me the update on the February. I think that's it. Thank you very much for a great presentation.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to thank you. I think when you first came on, I was getting involved with the BAC. Really appreciate your expertise and your just longevity here, because it's obvious you could spend your time so many other places, worldwide forums, all the news networks, etc. But also for calling out the trade-off in our fund balance, dropping that to 5%, and that does come with trade-offs. It leaves us a little bit more vulnerable, obviously, with our credit rating, and so yeah, just I appreciate you calling that out, and thank you again for your service. It's much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Yes, I also very appreciate. I had the exact same comment and question about the change from 14% to 5% in terms of a front bottoming out our fund balance. Is there? I don't know if you're willing to or want to speak a little bit more to about what that means in terms of like our financial impact in the long run, in terms of our current or even our past bond.
Well, with the exception of how I mentioned it'll affect your interest rates, in fact, it gets paid back. But the fact is, it's kind of your savings account, right? We all have one. And at times, we have to buy something. There's something we want. And right now, you're having, I think, challenges in funding education. So, like all of us, you're going to draw down your savings account. It's going to turn around. You're going to work it out, and it'll turn around. And so at this point, as I mentioned in my comments, you still are in a strong financial position. You're in a AA3 is still, or AA2 is still not, bad, and the bonds are going to be paid back, and so you're strong in a strong financial position. And you've had to use your savings account, and that's what happens.
Great, thank you.
No questions for me. Just want to reiterate, I'm grateful for your service. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So appreciate having you here. Thank you for taking over the role as leader of this committee. I have a couple questions. I read through the memo, which is very detailed. You said that the risk to budgets could come from permit delays and availability of mass timber, and I just have a note to myself to ask you, do you believe that the risk mitigation is sufficient?
I think so, although Sarah can talk to that. But it was an agreement with the Portland Permitting Bureau to try to get these things done in, 16 months? I mean, they agreed to do that. Now, things happen.
We're part of the major projects group with the city of Portland, and so because of that, we have a designated deliverable time of those permits, and that is how we're negating that risk from going in and out of permits. And we've actually been progressing all three modernizations very well through not only city permitting, but also land use. So that process is ongoing, and all of the hearings that we've had have been very positive. We've had very good conversations with our staff liaisons with the city of Portland, so we're very positive there. From a mitigation perspective on mass timber, those are all early release packages, which we actually kind of talked about that from an early release package last in February for all 3 of our modernizations. So we're progressing that design ahead of time so that we can get that material procured and actually early, so that we have a longer lead to get it in place. And we're also doing some of the laydown area on site. It will be there on a ready to go up, so it'll be ahead of time from when it's going into place. So there's quite a few different avenues that we're taking to kind of mitigate our mass timber risk.
It was called out that there was not a timeline provided for the Center for Student Excellence yet. When do we expect that to be provided?
Right. So right now we're in procurement for architectural and engineering, which we will have an update for you coming up in the bond update that we're doing after this. However, those qualification or proposals were just submitted this past month. We should be coming to the board with those not to exceed contracts in the April board meeting. From there, we will select an architect engineering firm that will then begin programming and for the overall Grice-Adair Center. And we're looking at probably a 10 to 12 month kind of programming and design period for that project.
And then my last question is regarding the draft, the revised charter. I understand that the meeting was originally scheduled for February. And I'm happy to hear that's coming up in April. I was just curious what the reason was for the delay.
We just had trouble getting people to, we're volunteers, and so we just had trouble getting it. So we finally managed to get a date where everybody can make it, and we're sticking to it.
Appreciate it. And then who's the staff liaison now? I know that had bounced around a little bit.
It has.
Joanna Evenson is our staff liaison with our support, obviously, but she is our staff liaison.
Great.
Moving forward.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That's it.
I've just got a quick comment to make, and I'll get into this more when we get into our finance focus. But you'd mentioned declining enrollment, and so I was curious, and I went and I looked up the total population of Portland. I mean, it's a pretty straight linear relationship since 1950. But if you look at enrollment, obviously our enrollment in recent years has been pretty consistently declining. Now, I think that there are obviously a lot of externalities that go into that are not within our control, namely, housing prices and birth rate. But the argument that I made in Salem is that, our reputation as a district and our reputation as a state definitely plays a role in, when young couples who are wanting to have kids are looking at where do I want to buy a house, where do I want to start my family, being ranked 44th in the nation statewide is, or our state being ranked 44th, of course, PPS tends to do significantly better than the state average, but it does not make us look great. And so again, this is not the first time or the last time you're going to hear me talk about 5 and 50 tonight, because I love to. But again, I would just like to tie this back to our broader budget situation and my continued hope that the state will look at some more systemic reform for our school funding model, so that hopefully we can try and reverse some of our enrollment trends. But that's all I have for now.
Thank you. Do we have anyone with any more comments or questions?
Well, the questions raised a question for me. I don't really understand what an early release package is, and is it only for the timber?
It is not, actually. Oh. There's quite a few early release packages that we do during the design phase, and what that means is that we're getting those trade partners on board so that they can begin their shop drawings to finalize design before we go into construction. So by being able to get those teammates on board early, we're able to work through any design issues so that we can go straight into fabrication once we're ready for construction to start.
And does it mean they get the materials? They've ordered them earlier?
Well, they've got to kind of complete their design and shop drawing. So they've got to complete kind of what they do is they actually take the architectural engineering design and then they build it out in accordance with their material. And then that is actually what's considered the fabrication drawings that then go into fabrication for the material itself. So, but they can, by doing that, they're able to understand the amount of material they will need. So they're able to identify where they will be able to source that from so that we will have that information ahead of time than just right when we need to order it.
Great.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Student Representative Retardo, for bringing up the funding issue. But on top of that, I also want to just make sure that we thank our Portland voters for approving these bonds. Without it, we wouldn't have these brand new buildings or these problems about interest rates and stuff like that, or credit rating. So thank you for this wonderful presentation and sharing your thoughts. Looking forward more to working with you in the future. And if there's any ways we can improve that, please reach out to any of us, me included. So thank you both. With that, is there any last, just checking? All right. All right, thank you. All right, next up we have the Seismic update. I'll hand this over to Superintendent Armstrong.
Thank you. So ensuring safety is an important responsibility that we carry as a district. And living in Portland means we must plan for the reality of seismic risk. Last year, the board adopted Resolution 7109, which gave direction to use current seismic assessment data to identify and prioritize the schools that pose the greatest risks and provide a clear, transparent approach for how those decisions would be made. Tonight, the team will walk you through the methodology used to come to the initial list of schools. And I will not invite the team because they're already here. So I'll just have Dr. Franco introduce the team and kick it off. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong, and thank you, directors. We are happy to be here. My name is John Franco. I am the Senior Chief of Operations. And at the dais with me tonight, we have Sarah Norman, the Executive Director of RISE. And then we also have Jennifer Eggers, who is with Home Structures. Let's go ahead, Jennifer. Oh. Oh, perfect. Do I point to you?
I think you point over there.
I got it. Perfect. So the purpose of this presentation today is to talk about what we have accomplished this far. We want to revisit and remind all of you about what we used as our framework for prioritization. We want to outline future scope of work planned by campus and then outline some additional next steps. So I do want to remind the board and all of us here today that Resolution 7109 establishes the criteria and intent for prioritizing seismic retrofits. It contemplates that all high-risk schools will not be addressed within a single bond cycle. Specifically, it directs Portland Public Schools to use current seismic assessment data to identify and prioritize schools that pose the greatest risk of injury or death in a significant earthquake, and to clearly communicate the criteria used to determine the sequence of retrofits. We do acknowledge, absolutely, without a doubt, that the discussion of a significant earthquake can cause concern and anxiety. We affirm at all times that we are focused on ensuring the safety of all of our kids and staff in our buildings, and we are working to devise a plan to prioritize the work across our many buildings to do that. I think it's also important that that from an information perspective, that the resolution also indicates that the $100 million is to be set aside from budget savings from the modernizations that will be used to address seismic in 8 to 10 schools.
Is there any way you can give Jennifer presentation access?
Is she logged into Zoom?
She is logged in. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we'll need her to zoom in on some things, so it'd be great if she can have it.
Just a second.
Can I jump in here real quick, Roseanne? Sorry to put you on the spot. There are several of us that are having trouble loading the seismic presentation. Is there any chance you might be able to email it? Thank you.
It's weird. I just got it. Funny. I know it's just an odd coincidence. While we're getting that emailed around and she's rejoining, and I just have a quick question. Will you, during this, and if you haven't planned to, will you try to talk about the not just 100 million, but the other dollars that are hanging around that could go towards Seismic, not necessarily requiring the next bond package? Does that make sense?
Yes, that totally makes sense. And yes, we can talk through that as we progress through the presentation. Can you go to slide 4? Okay, so this slide is intended to give some greater context concerning seismic work, either completed in process or planning in kind of that planning phase. So this here is, and I just want to highlight this piece because I know that's been conversations, is that currently 34 Title I schools, and I'm talking about specifically Title I, we have some maps to kind of progress through this. So currently 34 Title I schools in the district. Of the 34 schools with the 2012, 2017, and 2020 bonds, we will have touched 21 of them for partial or complete roof level seismic retrofits. Of the 13 Title I schools not yet touched for seismic work, 4 of them have a risk level of 9 or higher. So I just want to give initial context, and I'm going to go through with some maps with the following slides. I think it's also important to note, because we know that there's been conversations around how does equity play a part, and I've mentioned this in FIO and in previous presentations. I mean, we're very cognizant about our schools that we're hitting across the board, and if they fall in line with title designation and or CSI or TSI status. And I think it's also important to note that title designation does also change based on student population, right? And it just so happens we're going to be engaging you in a conversation this next presentation regarding right sizing. And so we know that title designations will ultimately change based on changes in demographics of students. We also know that CSI, TSI designation is going to change because we are confident in our work with student achievement, increasing student achievement. We know that CSI, TSI designation, we hope to get as many schools off that list as possible. So this is just kind of gives you an idea, and you can see here on this next slide, and thanks for changing. You're keeping me on pace, which is great. So this slide shows is a map of all of our seismic work that we have completed, or in the process of, or undergoing planning to address in the future across the district since 2012. Oh, sorry, this is title. Can we go to the previous slide? So this is the slide of all the work completed in process or that we have plans to complete across the district in reference to seismic. So it's basically 75 of the 90 campuses have been or will have some seismic work completed moving forward. So either done, like I said, or in process or in the future. And that includes our 8 to 10 that we are going to talk about again today. If you go to the next slide, what you see here is very specific to our Title 1A schools over the last 5 years. Okay, so any title schools that were in title with the last 5 years, including current work being planned with a 2025 bond. Okay, so that is roughly 31 schools. Our focus is on targeted risk parts and high-level retrofits. We can also see, if you look at this map, the distribution around Portland, and this includes current roofs with expanded seismic scope. So we want to show you, just to give you some clarity in terms of how it looks across the district in reference to seismic work that has been done or in process moving forward in the future. Next slide, thank you, Jennifer. So here is just a reminder, and I think as Director Wong said, we are so appreciative of the PPS community, for passing the bond, and then also to the board for allotting a significant chunk of money to directly address seismic. So we went through several iterations before settling on this recommended formula. This is a very difficult process, as I've mentioned before, because we have a finite amount of money and we do have to prioritize moving forward. The $100 million, as I mentioned before, for Seismic is set to come about through savings from the modernizations. The list of schools targeted for seismic improvement will be funded through the 2025 bond. It's also important to note that we also work, and this goes back to Director Splitt's question, so we'll also work with the board to develop a capital plan for improvements with unspent funds from the previous bonds. And we will come to the board in the future with analysis and recommendations, which will include seismic, but it will also include other things like HVAC. I mean, we know those, hot weather will be with us at some point here in Oregon, but we know that that's going to be a conversation that we're going to have. So I hope that kind of goes to a little bit with what Director Splitt was asking, and that we will come forth with our recommendations regarding how to use some of those unspent our funds or savings from the modernizations. So this formula is based on 90% risk assessment based on the home seismic safety assessment. 5% is based on deferred maintenance, which does include identifying CSI, TSI designation as part of the Facility Condition Index, which is the FCI. So I know that was a question that came up regarding, how are we looking at, how is equity, being a part in regards to the formula. I just want to be clear, it is a part of what we generally do for deferred maintenance and looking at schools, is that we look at schools that are CSI, TSI designation. And like I said, and that, the challenge is that CSI, TSI designations do change, just like we expect title designations to change as well. So it's kind of a moving target, so to speak. And then 5% is based on enrollment. And given we'll be engaging in a right-sizing conversation, we did not prioritize schools with enrollment of less than 300 students. And I think, and I want to caveat this, is that just because we did not do that doesn't mean the schools are not a priority. They absolutely are. It also doesn't mean that the schools that we did not prioritize, and I want to be clear about this, are schools that we're going to right-size. That's not what it means. It means we needed a starting point. We know that we were going to run parallel tracks with the right-sizing conversation, and so that's why we had to start somewhere when you're talking about prioritization. Next slide. So you can see here, this is just a reminder of with our approach. It's a hybrid approach. So we have 2 schools outlined for full retrofits at this point. That's Beverly Cleary and that's Rose City Park. And they were the top 2 schools that rose based on the formula of the 3 indicators. And then we've also identified, if you move to the next slide, and then we've also included the targeted retrofits, which includes the schools listed there under the targeted retrofits category. And those schools are very specific to high-risk parts, and that's what I mean by the hybrid approach. Some are full retrofits, the 2, and these schools listed under targeted retrofits are really targeting the highest risk parts. And as you can see also on the slide, the work to be completed this summer is Chavez, Marshall, Vestal, and Woodmere. And we place the T there so you can kind of see the title designation. And you can also see how they're going to be funded via which bond. And targeted retrofits is the highest risk scores for building parts and or reducing localized collapse hazards from unreinforced masonry walls. And Jennifer is going to walk us through with a little bit more granular detail in terms of the schools in particular, all of them that we've outlined, and why we think it's important to address them.
Perfect. Thank you for having me. I realize now why you couldn't find me, because last I used my Zoom account was for my son Jack for a meeting. So I just wanted to walk you through school by school and explain a little bit about why these schools were selected. I'll try to not get too technical, open to any questions, but I'll just talk campus by campus you through the construction. So I'm going to escape out of here just so I can zoom in a little bit. So this is Fernwood Beverly Cleary. This is the full campus approach. The existing construction for this campus is an unreinforced masonry building supporting heavy concrete floors. So I look at existing building drawings all the time, but for those that don't, when you see a diagonal hash, that typically means unreinforced masonry, and then this type of hatch is for concrete. So these are unreinforced masonry walls supporting heavy concrete floors with hollow clay tile infill that was used for formwork. So this is a cross section of the floor. So these are really heavy floors supported on unreinforced masonry walls. And I think we're all aware of the high seismic risk of unreinforced masonry buildings. It is very standard across the West Coast. Many cities have mandates for seismically retrofitting unreinforced masonry building. So it's a very high risk building. The additions have hollow core concrete planks with a topping slab that need better connection into the masonry walls. This project will go into construction summer of 2027 and will extend through summer of 2028. It's funded by the 2025 bond. Rose City Park is another full campus approach. Very similar construction to Fernwood Beverly Cleary, heavy unreinforced masonry walls supporting heavy concrete floors. This one is similar to Fernwood Beverly Cleary, where it's 2.5 stories of unreinforced masonry. That half story on the bottom is a partial basement. This one will go into construction summer 2028 through summer of 2029, and is also funded by a 2025 bond. Ainsworth. We are focusing on buildings B and G. Both of these are unreinforced masonry, and we're really good candidates for the SRGP application because we can seismically separate them from the main building. Building B is an unreinforced masonry gymnasium, so high occupancy area. Building G is a single-story classroom. This is a cross-section of Building G. It's an unreinforced masonry wall built on top of the original concrete retaining wall, supporting the roof structure. This one will go into construction summer 2027 and summer 2028. So this will be a 2 separate summer construction, 2025 bond funded. Beach is another building on the list. This building has 2 areas of egress stairs that are supported by unreinforced masonry. Our typical unreinforced masonry are red bricks where we typically see jointed together. These are even higher risk than that. There are 2 layers of hollow clay tile, which they are basically masonry with holes in them, and a layer of brick veneer. They are supporting egress stairs at Beach, and we would really like to address these walls so that we don't have a hazard at our egress stairs, and they are gravity load supporting. This building will go into construction both summer 2027 and summer 2028 and 2025 bond funded. Capitol Hill is selected because of a few different reasons. Building A is a wood frame building, but it sits on top of a masonry foundation. This is hollow clay tile cross section, so you can see how it's not solid. It has holes. So we would like to address this. It's a high risk hazard being on an unreinforced masonry foundation. Building E is supported by an unreinforced masonry wall. Here's our wall right here. Building D has a small amount of load-bearing URM in the entryway, so we would like to address this. Building F is also on the same campus with a high-risk score, so we would like to address that as well. It's a concrete frame with unreinforced masonry infill. These will go into construction summer 2027 and summer 2028 with 2025 bond funding. Kelly. There are 2 building parts on Kelly that are high risk. Both of these are unreinforced masonry, gymnasium, and adjacent locker room. The idea here is to address all unreinforced masonry on campus, and it's a high occupancy area. And addressing these 2 building parts will significantly reduce the campus score as well. The gymnasium is timber framed, with unreinforced masonry walls around the perimeter, so we'll be addressing those. They're gravity load bearing and address seismic. This will go into construction summer 2027 and 2025 bond funded. Richmond, we will be addressing the unreinforced masonry in Building A. Building A has 2 wood frame stories on top of a single story that's unreinforced masonry. So it's a high collapse hazard. There's a small amount of load-bearing URM under the stage, so while we're on campus, we'll be addressing that too. One reason that the Building A score is not high is that it is weighted by 2 floors of wood-framed risk level and 1 story of unreinforced masonry. And these types of unique scores show up in our small project opportunity notes in our report. This one will be in construction summer 2027 and summer 2028 and funded by 2025 bond. Vernon has a gymnasium. It's an overall concrete building, but the gymnasium has 1 wall that's unreinforced masonry, and that wall turns the corner. It is gravity load bearing, supporting a heavy concrete roof in a high occupancy area. So we will be addressing this wall, supporting in plane and out of plane, providing secondary gravity load bearing. This will be in construction this summer, 2026, and this one's funded by the 2020 bond. Similar Winter Haven, gymnasium, high occupancy area, 2 load-bearing unreinforced masonry walls with the return, also supporting a heavy concrete roof. Otherwise, that building is 1920s concrete construction, summer 2026 construction, and 2020 bond. Okay, and then there was some questions about the roofing projects that are currently in design and the added seismic work that was added post-report, post our homes report to those projects. So I just wanted to go through those as well. So this is a Chavez roof seismic and bracing. The seismic scope that was added to this was noted in our report, and there are some falling hazards near the egress. So we are bracing those falling hazards back to the existing building at all egress locations. So this will also be going into construction this summer, 2017 bond funded. Marshall, we have roof seismic. Typically, anytime we're doing a re-roof, we're addressing seismic at the roof level. I'm not focusing on all that work right now. I'm just focusing on the added seismic. At Marshall, there are some corridors that are supported. It's concrete frame building. Some of the corridors are supported by a ledge that's pretty narrow in terms of if your building's moving around in an earthquake, that could be a slip off the ledge falling hazard. So we're providing secondary gravity support there to catch that slab. Vestal is roof seismic. And there are a number of load-bearing URM walls in this building, and those are being addressed, as well as expanded scope during this roofing project. So you can see these are similar to beach that we were looking at, with 2 layers of hollow clay tile and the masonry veneer. Woodmere, roof seismic, wood frame building with concrete gym. There are some unreinforced masonry pilasters at egresses, and we are addressing those as well at all 5 entries.
And I just wanted to say thank you so much, Jennifer. I know that's a lot of technical information to get through very, very quickly. But I wanted to say, as mentioned earlier, you're seeing the spin down of the 2017 and the 2020 bond. And the reason you're seeing that is because of these opportunities to actually look at a campus holistically and see what we can take care of while we're on that campus. And so adding scope and making sure that we're taking care of our seismic issues along with our re-roofing. And so that's why you're seeing that those bond programs have that spin down. So just wanted to take a second to kind of highlight that. Our next steps, we will be bringing our design contracts for the board to approve at the April 14th board meeting. The 2027 construction projects will go out for bid in early December. So that's when we'll start that's when design should be completed for these projects. And so we'll be going out to bid for our contractors. And then while we're doing all this work, nothing stops, right? The program keeps going. So while the program keeps going, we're in the process of identifying additional campuses for future seismic work, along with identifying any savings that we can recognize within any of the 4 bond programs in order to incorporate more seismic options for the board to choose to execute.
So with that, I'll kick it back to Dr. Armstrong.
Excited that you all were able to present on the progress and just appreciate how work is moving. So thank you. I'm going to turn it over to the board for questions, comments, or anything to clarify.
Great. Let's start our round with Director Split and move this way.
I do have a couple of questions that I wrote down, and I might think of some more. So one thing that I've wanted to ask about for a while and did talk to you a little bit about pretty recently was trying to understand like what the scoring basically means. And so you mentioned we have 4 Title I schools with a score of 9 or higher that haven't had seismic updates, for example. My curiosity is like, what is safe enough that we don't have to do the retrofit? Is it 8.5? Is it 4.5? Like, I'm just curious, like, what's a new building? I just don't understand the sort of Richter scale, if you will, I guess, like, what's the comparator, you know?
Okay, yeah, I can help with that question. I think the added context provides a little more clarity to your question. So we have an Appendix B in our report, and I won't dive into too much technical information, but for to provide some reference, there are 4 different zones of years for our baseline score. To give you some perspective, the modern zone is from the year 2005 to 2025, and these zones are based on significant code changes in the state of Oregon that significantly altered the practice construction methods, detailing, all of that kind of stuff. The modern range goes from a 1.0 for a wood frame building up to I'm going to call it a 2.3. I don't have the exact number on me. For a steel light frame building. Unreinforced masonry doesn't show up anymore in this Richter scale because we don't build like that anymore. But hopefully that provides a little bit of clarity. So that's figure 2 in Appendix B if you're curious on those jumps. And for comparison, a wood frame building in our modern zone is a 1.0 baseline. And our process was to take these baseline scores that came from HASIS and FEMA documentation, scientific backing, and then to tailor those based on your specific building, whether that score needs to go up based on an extra high risk element that we found in the building, or that score can be tailored down based on work that's already been completed. So for comparison, a wood frame building in the modern zone is a 1.0 baseline score. And in our pre-code, which is pre-1974 zone, which is our oldest zone, that baseline is a 3.8. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of comparison. Concrete construction has a more significant jump because we've made a lot more advances over this time period in how we detail concrete construction and steel construction. And like I mentioned, unreinforced masonry, we don't build with that anymore.
Okay. Then from there, very related question. I'm a little bit curious, like we talked about, like, what's the score where maybe we don't have to worry about it? It sounds like it's going to be pretty low on that scale. And then what is considered across the finish line for these schools? Because, for example, I still remember I know that my kids go to an unreinforced brick masonry building in Southwest Portland that had a roof redo and didn't even get evaluated in the report. So apparently we have decided that school is done. But Beverly Cleary is on the list of having improvements, but is literally the top of the list for unsafe. So I'm just curious, how did Hayhurst cross the finish line with a new roof, whereas Beverly Cleary didn't? I guess I'm just sort of curious how schools get the passing grades so that they're no longer on our to-do list. Because when I look at that list of schools that have had work, there's schools that still clearly need work, right? So I'm just sort of curious how we distinguish.
The list out. Hayhurst also went through a full seismic upgrade. It was funded by an SRGP. It was one of the SRGP applications, one of the prior PPS SRGP projects.
So it has
had a
retrofit, not
full,
just the
and
roof.
that's why it's doesn't have a sheet, because it's done.
Okay. And let's say Beverly Cleary got the roof done, but still didn't get the full seismic retrofit.
Yeah.
Got done in one summer without students being absent from the building, which is fascinating. So I thought it was a smaller project. Those are my two questions I had in preparing for today, but I might come back on round two. Thanks.
Thank you for this presentation, and also thank you for having a conversation with me beforehand so I could understand it instead of just learning it all today. I found some of the information fascinating, particularly that the Title I schools were, over the last 5 years, were prioritized. I really found that great to know about. So I am curious about, well, I'll start out by saying one of the concerns that I voiced in that meeting, and I just want to voice today publicly, is that while I understand why you chose 300 threshold and anything underneath didn't get evaluated today or in this process, and I also greatly appreciate you saying that it doesn't mean it's on the right sizing or the chopping block or all of those things. Those are great to know about. However, in the right sizing conversation, I am worried that there may be a school that is currently sub 300 that in the right sizing conversation ends up being 550 because we collect schools and put them together, and that school then has 550 students in it and has never been evaluated because we didn't evaluate it now. So I guess I would like to know at what point in this parallel right sizing seismic conversation do we then say this school is staying open, it needs to jump over here into this lane, perhaps take priority. I mean, do we have room for that? Do we have the flexibility for that? Because we have pretty, looks like locked in plans. And so I would just like an answer to that if you have it.
So short answer is yes, that there is flexibility. So at our next presentation, to talk about right sizing, we are going to obviously engage you in conversations about principles and those types of things, but then also talk about a preemptive timeline. And so the idea is that we will look to have a comprehensive package for right sizing for you to vote on. You'll know it beforehand, like we're earmarking November, right, for really in-depth conversations with the board on what we expect you to vote on in December. And if you heard earlier in the presentation, the design, right, we're going to ask you to vote on design contracts, but in terms of actual construction will not happen until there's a vote in December. And so, in other words, it actually works out really well in terms of the parallel tracks in regards to timeline. So if it does come out through the right sizing process, to your point, Director Engelsman, that there are schools that potentially bubble up, and we need to maybe take schools off the list for whatever, then the board has the flexibility. We have the flexibility to make that adjustment.
Not just the board, like you.
Yes.
The experts.
Yes,
Yes.
and the good news is, and the good news is the way that we procured our architectural and design services for the seismic projects, we have the ability through that procurement to, if a campus were to change, we are able to do that from a design perspective and not have to go through another procurement. We can actually just reassign it, and because we are only looking at design at this point for approval. Even if we did not change, we'd have the design ready on the shelf, ready to go in December, so that it doesn't delay the program at all.
Okay, thank you. A couple more. I asked this, and I don't expect you to have an answer yet, but perhaps you do. It is summer 2027 through summer 2028 for Beverly Cleary, and then 2028 to 29 for Rose City Park. Obviously, that involves the school year. You didn't have an answer, obviously, when I asked on the spot. You may still not because it's a year away. But where are we going to send these kids that is close enough that they can still get to school? And
Yep, I do not have an answer for you for swing space. And I knew this question was going to come up, but I want to let you know that we are reviewing that. We have 10 months to build that plan. We're working alongside and coordinating with the right sizing effort so that we can identify campuses in each area. And so we'll have more to come on that as that plan develops.
Great, thank you.
And I will say too, just to piggyback on that, I mean, we want to get standardized and sustainable, right? Given obviously the conversation that we're having about right sizing. So what I mean by that is, we have Cleveland, for example, going to Marshall, right? We potentially we have it on the docket to have Beverly Cleary move or swing, and then Rose City. So we want to, I guess what I'm getting at is that we want consistent swing space. Right, so that there's a level of consistency. People know this is our swing space, this is where you're going to go, and that will just help with planning moving forward.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, I think you might have answered some of my questions, but my real question is I hadn't heard why we're determining actual school buildings before having the right sizing conversation. If I just had a wand and could say, we're going to be talking as a community about right-sizing our schools. This is a community-wide conversation. Some of the schools that have under 300 enrollment will be looking at those. They'll either consolidate or whatever. And so it just seems like the order of operations has been off to me this entire conversation. It's not sitting well. It hasn't sat well with me how we've kind of landed on what we've landed on. I'm to that end, I've also been concerned about, the deferred maintenance score, and that was it was incorporated in equity adjustment that recognized CSI, TSI status, and I've tried to listen to understand tonight on how we are considering who's impacted, by poverty level, free and reduced lunch, kids of color, etc., more vulnerable communities. And the last thing then, I hope I have a note about this. Yeah, it's just about timing. I think I've heard parallel tracks. I don't understand how that's going to work. I'd like to hear a little bit more about how we're considering equity. And I also want to clarify, when you're talking about design contracts, that's the architectural firm, architect, engineer.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's a flexible contract where we have a pool of architects?
We have a pool of architects that
Okay.
are designated for seismic work. And then we assign them projects.
Okay,
And
so it's not
then
an architect for this school, it's an
if we
architect
needed
for
to-
projects.
If we needed to change it, we have a pool of architects and engineers that we would be able to say, okay, instead of doing this school, we're going to reassign you to this school.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Okay.
But the other thing is the right sizing, the equity formula, how we're considering that. Also, what we know about climate change, frontline communities, I'm concerned. So, thank you. And if you can't answer now, I would take a response later.
Okay, thank you. I'd be happy to talk to it, but I don't, as best I can. I think with, you asked some very good questions, and I think with the parallel tracks piece, because we are on expedited timeline with the right sizing conversation, and it just so happens that with the not spending money until we get approval in December, and knowing that a comprehensive package will be delivered to you for you to vote on in December. That's what I mean about the timing and the flexibility and the parallel tracks. So think of it just like with what we did with Jefferson. We had so many inputs with the board where you knew what was happening. The same thing I'm envisioning with not only the right sizing, but then also with the seismic. So if there's an adjustment, if we're starting to see things that are happening based on the right sizing conversation, because I mean, you're going to know what and have conversations about what schools potentially could be on that right sizing list. You're going to know well before December, right? And that will give us an inkling now of, okay, so if schools start bubbling up, say we have schools on the list for seismic now that are potentially going to be right sized, that gives us that flexibility to be able to make that adjustment. So there's a timing piece there. Moving forward. And I will say too, so I think it's important we all know it. So the formula for the 3 indicators is for full retrofits. The remaining schools are targeted based on highest risk assessment. And so the deferred maintenance, including the CSI, TSI, that's a standardized piece that we do for projects moving forward. And we also want to get to the point too, where utilizing this formula for all of our projects, not just seismic, but then also for HVAC or other types of things. We want to get to that standardized piece where it's consistent moving forward. But you know, the whole idea of the FCI and incorporating CSI designation is to show that it's a reflection on our end. Are we hitting all the schools across the board? And are we incorporating, which is what we do here from an equity perspective, schools that are either, and we've shown on the map, either title or CSI, TSI designation. And if we're not, then that's a reflection on us, regardless of what the formula says. We want to make sure that we are hitting schools across the board.
I have one final comment, and that's that, and I don't ever advocate for more community engagement, but in this case, and sometimes when you have an outcome and everybody's upset, that's okay because everyone's equally upset. But I think for this conversation, it might be important enough for our community members. I don't know if that's putting together an community advisory body, but we really do need to hear from a broader spectrum of parents than we have. I'm seeing people nodding in the back. And I just think it would strengthen our outcomes and we'd have more buy-in if we have more voices in the room. And I'm not an advocate of that for every situation. For this one, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. You know, for me, equity is always in the centerpiece. I always focus on it. But unfortunately, I think I'm going to have to disagree. I have a really good friend that works in environmental safety. He's an environmental safety engineer. And when I asked him these questions, his first response was, no, this thing is way too complicated. It's an engineering problem. And having these discussions and stuff can sometimes obfuscate the real issues at hand. And that's what I'm concerned about. I don't mind actually having community feedback and things like that, but at the end of the day, it is an engineering problem. And one of the things I personally want to stress is that there is an urgency to this. 2 years ago, I think, we did an exercise in trying to save costs for our high school builds, which caused like a year delay in their planning and construction. And every year delay ended up being like $12 million an increase in cost. And so we only have $100 million in this allocated. $100 million is going to go a lot farther this year than it's going to go next year or the year after, especially now with oil prices going up crazy and things like that. So if we're looking at trying to maximize the safety for the most number of schools, I think urgency is a big key here and is actually very important. And I at the same time, we building that flexibility. I'm glad that you actually pointed out that flexibility because that's also important. So obviously, I don't envy the complicated issues. I even had a little reaction to like the rating score because I know that hides a lot of actual complicated engineering issues that go under a seismic review. I don't know what the word is. And so this is one of these things where I think there's a lot of overlying needs. And not only to say that, not only with the right sizing conversation, but with our long-term long-range facilities plan. For example, when we do go for another bond, there are going to be the next schools that we're trying to target for modernization are our middle schools, and having to overlay these needs along with that map and these things, it's a very complicated task. And I think it'd be very unwise to not take all those in consideration. And while I value community feedback, I don't want to make sure that we're very clear and transparent about what the reasons are for community feedback. For example, I'm always 100% for community feedback for impact mitigation in terms of like helping us see things that we didn't notice before, or coming up with ideas that we didn't come up with before. And that's great. At the same time, I'm going to cut myself short because I think I said enough. But it is very complicated. I think urgency is very important, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
I have just a couple questions. The first is, can you speak a little more to how equity shows up in the deferred maintenance category? Like, I hear that it's represented there, but what does that mean? What does that look like?
Yeah, so that it's noting the CSI TSI designation. That's what it is.
Okay, got it. Thank you. You might not be able to answer this because I think it'll be different for every site, but I'm thinking about Cesar Chavez, for example. We're doing the roof work and the egress work. What does that change their overall score to? And relatedly, for the other schools that are having the targeted retrofits, like what kind of impact does that make on their overall score?
I can answer that. So it depends on if it's a full building part. For Kelly, for example, there are 2 full building parts top to bottom that we're able to address. So that would have a larger impact on the score for that building part. When we're doing roof work or bracing, or even one load-bearing URM wall, it's a really important project, and it has some impact to the score, but not a significant impact to the score. And that's one reason in our report that we were keeping track of these small project opportunities so that we can tick off some of these or alert PPS of some of these high risk but low cost opportunities. But hopefully that answers your question in terms of impact to the score. In our Appendix B, we talk about too the impact of roof level work versus more significant adding shear walls work and how that impacts the score as well. It depends on how localized that work is in that building part considered.
And also too, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but anything that we are doing from a risk part perspective and targeting them lowers our overarching district risk score as well.
Follow-up question. If you're a school that's having targeted work done now, is that like next time we have funding to add more, or as we're being flexible, does that bump you to the bottom of the list? Or if you still have a high level of need, like, okay, we just did your roof, but we're gonna come back around now that we have more money and do, I don't know, brace the walls or whatever.
Yeah, I can take that. So the schools that we're doing targeted work, campuses that we're doing targeted work at right now, we're doing all the targeted work at that campus that makes sense to do before going to a full campus approach. So if that score might be adjusted slightly, but that formula still exists for the campus by campus approach. So I wouldn't expect it to be you already had your turn, you're at the end of the list. It's still based on the risk score in this formula for the campus by campus approach. Because there are some campuses that don't have targeted elements that need to be fixed. It's more of once you're there, you should do the full campus. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Jennifer, every time I spiral and you start talking, I feel like so much better after you explain something to me. So thank you for all of the detail in your presentation. I wanted to echo some of the concerns. I always envisioned right sizing and deferred maintenance, those conversations happening together, followed by the seismic prioritization plan. But as I hear you discuss the planning, and I heard Chair Wong describe this as an engineering problem, I do agree with that. So my questions are going to lean into that a little bit. I might jump all over the place a little bit here. For the 2026 roof projects with added seismic, can you be more specific? What is the added seismic? I think I know the answer to this question. I just want to make sure.
So it varies per campus. For example, at Chavez, we're bracing all the entryways. At Vestal, I'm going off of my memory here without my slides. At Vestal, we're bracing the load-bearing unreinforced masonry walls. At Woodmere, we're bracing the unreinforced masonry areas at entries. So those items that we went through, those are all the added seismic at the roof projects, in addition to baseline seismic.
So as part of the reason that I understand Beverly Cleary and Rose City Park, that they qualify for the grants. So I understand that. So for these other schools, were they already slated for roof replacements, and that influenced the selection of those schools, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So those were already, so we already had those slated for re-roofs. They were already ready up for re-roofs, and so we were able to put added seismic scope to those campuses because we were already taking them offline for this summer. So we were trying to take care of those campuses while we were on the campuses.
Which makes perfect sense. So the funding for the added seismic is coming from the 2017 bond and the 2020 bonds for most if not all of those additional schools.
Correct.
Are we counting that against the $100 million we've allocated?
The $100 million that is allocated is out of the 2025 bond.
Right.
So the work that we are doing this summer for re-roofing and seismic is all coming out of the 2017 bond. I'm sorry, I always say 2027. I apologize. 2017 bond and the 2020 bond.
Okay, so by doing this in what I feel is a very smart way, we're getting more bang for our buck.
We're trying to.
So we still have a lot of that $100 million left because we're working against the 2017 and 2020 bonds. I think that's great. When I heard Director Chase Miller's comments, it brings me back to this idea that we really do need this seismic prioritization plan. It's in the resolution, we've talked about it, but it doesn't really exist. So I just want to say that I'm going to bring that up for the April facilities agenda, like kicking that process off and actually having a document that we can use and refer to. A couple random questions. And again, I think I know the answer to this one now after this conversation. Regarding Marshall, it's a newer school, by PPS standards, right?
Yeah.
And it's a swing site. And I was asking why it's being prioritized. I suspect it's probably because of the roof.
It is because of the roof, but it's also, Marshall will be utilized as a viable swing space for the foreseeable future for the district.
It's a great
And
space.
so just like Dr. Franco said, we have got to find swing space so that we can get into these campuses and have swing space all over the district, so we can get into these campuses and get these projects done in an expedited manner instead of having to do them only over summers. And so but the reason Marshall is prioritized is because it was already on the list for a re-roofing project. So let's take care of the things that we can take care of while we're in the building.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll just reiterate, at Marshall, the elements that we're taking care of are a pretty small budget item compared to the roof. Yeah, and it's being able to address some pretty high-risk elements in egress hallways. So it's one of those things where let's take care of this too.
And then for Beverly Cleary and Rose City Park, those are going to require swing sites because they're huge projects.
Yeah.
Has a site been identified? And if not, when will we know?
No, just like I said to Director Engelsman, we will be developing that overall swing plan over the next 10 months, and we'll be working alongside with right sizing to understand what campuses could be available in those areas for swing space. Lot more to come regarding swing space.
So just a pause and insert that then in 2027, 2028, we will have 5 major construction projects underway in the city. Okay. I want to put that out because I also know that that brings a tremendous amount of risk. It's a big lift. I'm excited about it, and just noting that. And then whatever may come up as a result of the Growing Great Schools conversation, and where we may look to, add potentially a new school or something like that. So that's I mean, yeah.
We're moving.
I think that's just one comment. I think that kind of back to where I started was that in terms of sequencing, had envisioned right sizing and deferred maintenance together, but it sounds to me like we're really doing 2 different things. We are addressing additional sizing with the roofing projects, and we're going to come back to this conversation very quickly once we start talking about right sizing, which begins tonight. So thank you.
All right, so I just have a few things here. Number one, and I apologize if this was in the presentation, I didn't see it, or if you guys said this earlier, but as in, with the perspective of somewhat of an informed member of the public, I am unaware what CSI and TSI mean. Can I get a quick definition on that?
Yeah, it's comprehensive school improvement and targeted school improvement. And so it's we get designations from the state based on student achievement.
Oh, that's wonderful. That's great. I've heard those words before, so thank you for that. The next thing that I was going to say is that when we're looking at long-term prices, and this is going to be my 2 cents, political analysis here, but it does seem somewhat likely to me that that the current tariffs may not survive 2027 because it is seeming likely that the next Congress may choose to take away the president's tariff authority, which could lower prices on steel and timber. Of course, that is not guaranteed, but just when we're talking about time frame and whether it's more beneficial to build to try and expedite that that construction, that could be a factor. Again, 2 cents political analysis here from a student. So that was my only comment. It also seems very unlikely that the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed for longer than a month, because that would cause an international crisis, the likes of which will be felt for the century. So that's my only comment.
Thank you.
Okay, well, a lot of good questions. I hear the initials SRGP. Is that when we got money from the state?
Yeah, so that stands for Seismic Rehabilitation Grant Program, and that's the state of Oregon grant program that helps fund schools for retrofit.
And it had to be a small enough space.
It has
have
to
the money
be
work.
seismically separated, seismically independent.
Yeah.
So you, like for Kelly, for example, that gym is too integral to apply for a grant just for that. So you would have to upgrade the entire building.
So that's why Ainsworth worked.
That's why
because it
Ainsworth
had
is a
those
great candidate.
separate
And
spaces.
unreinforced masonry buildings are high risk, so they're score higher in their evaluation process for grant funding.
Did we use that on any other building, or was?
We applied for a grant for both Ainsworth campus and Fernwood Beverly Cleary, and the grants are open once a year. Hopefully they continue, so call your legislatures to support the program. But it's a once a year application process.
So
So Rose City Park could come next
possibly-
year, and another school could come the year following. So PPS has traditionally applied for this grant every year and has been able to fund a lot of the schools, elementary schools, seismic retrofits that have been occurring during summers, and sometimes 2 or 3 summer construction, so that you haven't had to swing schools.
So we could get another one of those?
Yes.
And then spend the money we were going to spend on,
Yeah.
say, Beverly Cleary on something else.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I understood there were like 7 schools that were available for a retrofit? I mean, a total retrofit? And I'm just wondering, how did you choose Beverly Cleary and Rose City Park out of those 7?
Oh, there are a number of schools that would be good candidates for complete comprehensive campus-wide upgrade, and those 2 schools rose to the top based on the formula, the 90%, 5%, 5% formula.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's all. Then a lot of this, I shouldn't say smaller, but smaller pieces of building work were in the 2020 and 2017 bonds already, right? Because a lot of them had seismic as part of their bond.
I don't know that that work was identified in the yes, to answer the question first,
Yeah.
yes, seismic is identified in all bond programs. So 2012, 2017, 2020, and 2025. I do not know in particular the work that we're doing in the small project groups, if that work was identified during the 2017 and 2020 bond, because those were actually identified with our recent report that we received from Homes Engineering. So we've actually added those on that we are able to fund through those bond programs.
Because there was some money.
Because there was money within those bond programs, and seismic is a bond compensable alley.
Okay, thank you.
We're trying something new where we're going around, and I was surprised last time, so I didn't make any comments, and I do have a couple comments, but I'll keep it snappy, and I don't require any answers to help with that. One thing I want to put out there is we have now, what we're doing as a district is essentially we have a bond that we go out and renew for the same, what we've done in the recent past is gone out for a bond that keeps people's amount that they're putting into it as part of their property taxes the same. And then we've just been renewing it so that it isn't an increase. And I'm personally committed to the long haul of continuing to do that every time we can until we get to a place where our schools are safe and pleasant places to be and learn and work. If I'm not on the school board, count me in for whatever committee that will be doing whatever to work on passing it. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm committed to seeing that through in whatever capacity as a Portlander. And so I just wanted to put that out there because one thing that's really clear is we know that there's more work to be done that can't be done within the constraints of the current amount of money that we have available. And we have one of the oldest building stocks in the country, as well as a big urban school district. And so we just have to face the reality that it's gonna be a long-term project to turn over our buildings and have them be where we want them to be. The reason that I asked a really confusing question earlier is because Hayhurst appears in 2 lists on this slide. And so what it reminds me of is that when we do the prioritization report, I think it would be so helpful for families, for the board, members of the public to be able to see that basically we're done here. This is good. We've decided this is safe. And then for that partial and roof level seismic improvements, I used Hayhurst as the example because it stuck out to me, but it's of course also on the already done list, but it just happened to also be on the partial list. So I think it just kind of speaks to the need to like make it really clear, like Abernethy, partial and roof level seismic improvements, but still needs some work. So like making sure that it's, so we can kind of know where we are a little bit better as far as like this, here's where the work's been done versus like here's work that still needs to be done. I also just want to put on the record, I represent the whole district as a board member, but I do happen to live in Southwest Portland, where Jackson Middle School has one of the highest ratings on this list and is not one of the selected projects. I did ask questions about that behind the scenes, and I just want to put it on the record that that's because Jackson is an example of a school that needs to be completely redone, if not be a new campus, like a new building in the future. And so that project needs to happen in the future. Circle back to what I said at first about being committed to the long haul, talking to you Jackson Middle School families and future families, that I will be thinking about that for as we have the resources to do modernizations of buildings going forward. I also want to put out there that publicly that I feel like we should prioritize schools where families have to send their kids because they're the neighborhood school for that community. We have on this list a school that's a lottery school where parents choose to send their kids there. And they could choose to send their kids to safer buildings in their own neighborhoods if they wanted to, for example. And so I just feel like putting a lottery school on that priority list, as I've already said to you all, and you already know, just seems just kind of unfair to people who can't choose or don't have that luxury to drive across town and send their kids to a lottery school. And instead are in a neighborhood school that has just as high of a risk score but didn't make that list. I also understand it's because it's a smaller project and I understand there were other things, but I will just continue to have issues with us spending money on lottery schools before neighborhood schools. And I don't need any response unless you really feel strongly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate the time you took. A lot of work went into this, and thank you for answering all the questions. I know they're not easy, but this is a long process and very complicated, so thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I'd like to propose a 5-minute break. I try to aim for a break around 8 o'clock every time, so give you 5 minutes. We'll be back here at 8:20. Welcome back. Next we have a big one. We'll move to the presentation for our right-sizing planning efforts, otherwise known as Growing Great Schools. I'll hand this over to Superintendent Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. So during this presentation, I want to be clear, I will be asking the board for direction. We have great schools that we need to grow. So growing great schools is an effort to right-size our system so that our schools better match current and future enrollment. This work is about ensuring that every student attends a school that is vibrant, well-resourced, and able to provide the programs, staffing, and opportunities that students deserve. So tonight's presentation is the first step in what will be a series of conversations with the board over the coming months. We'll walk through the data, we'll propose a timeline, and some lessons learned from other balancing efforts. Ultimately, this work will lead to recommendations that the board will consider late fall. Those will be significant decisions, and our goal is to ensure the process leading up to them is transparent, deliberate, and centered on what is best for students. So I've said to you many times before, the clearer we are in board's direction, in our policy, in upcoming resolutions, the better able we are to deliver on the board's expectation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Senior Chief Franco. And go ahead and introduce your team. Go ahead. Just take it away.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Good evening again. John Franco, Senior Chief of Operations, and up at the dais with me is our Assistant Superintendent of School Planning and Modernization. So before we get to the learning targets and success criteria, just to reiterate, we're here tonight to provide an overview of the Growing Great Schools project. Specifically this evening, we will provide an update to our progress on the 3 phases of the project and connect it to the general district timelines. We'll also share specifics of the right-sizing process and how it connects to the Growing Great Schools process overall. And secondly, to piggyback on Dr. Armstrong, I do want to acknowledge that this conversation about right-sizing is going to be difficult. We are talking about communities who are completely vested in their schools. We do not take this lightly. We will proceed with the care and with the transparency that our families deserve. I also want to state that right-sizing, this Growing Great Schools piece, is not about money. That this is about providing all of our students well-resourced schools with consistent, comprehensive programming. And here I go with the slides again. Kara, do I point to you, or are you running this for me?
You point to me.
Okay. Okay. So here you have today, directors. Here are learning targets and success criteria. So our first learning target is I'm locating where we are in the 3 phases of the Growing Great Schools project. And so our success criteria after this presentation, our hope is that you can identify the next steps in the proposed timeline and how it connects to annual processes such as budget and staffing. Our next learning target is I'm learning about the right sizing process and how it connects to the broader school planning strategy. And our expectation is after this presentation that you'll be able to connect the upcoming right sizing, academic programming, and school planning across the district. So in September, we brought to you a 3-phase approach to strengthening our system in order to create learning spaces across our city where students and educators thrive. We outlined our 3-phased multi-year approach, which describes how we welcome students into our system, address specific concerns, and then outline the ongoing mechanism to review academic programming, enrollment, and physical spaces in order to provide well-resourced, sustainable learning environments. Like districts across our state and the nation, we are working to support students' learning while also acknowledging that we have aging infrastructure, declining enrollment, and revenue that is not keeping pace with our costs. Our 3-phase approach bookend system, if you take a look here, we have wide vantage points with a specific central focus for review and decision making. This year, Chief Gross, for example, outlined the legacies our Made in PPS enrollment campaign. You can see there on the left, which included both a global and localized campaign to bring students into our system. That was phase 1. Through the fall, we looked at addressing the enrollment adjustments needed to return Jefferson to a neighborhood school while also sustaining robust academic programming at Grant, McDaniel, and Roosevelt. And today, we will provide an update on a district-wide process for reviewing and making recommendations portfolio of schools and programs across our system to meet our student learning needs. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our Assistant Superintendent, Margaret Calvert, who will share the overall proposed process. And we look forward to hearing, as Dr. Armstrong reiterated at the beginning, your direction.
So good evening, Director, Superintendent Armstrong, Student Representative Retorto. It's my pleasure to be back with you again this evening. Part of what we'll do tonight is to provide an overview of the general process, as well as a brief overview of our current context. We'll be sharing additional information with you later this week at the Teaching, Learning, and Enrollment Committee, and look forward to your feedback. Before we dig into the details, I want to reiterate and acknowledge what Dr. Franco and Dr. Armstrong have also stated, that we were talking about how our schools can serve all of our students well. When we talk about changes, these impacts affect students, families, and educators. And we want to help not only describe the current state, but also keep the vision of what we want all students to experience throughout their time here in Portland Public Schools. Growing Great Schools is a 6-phase process for reviewing learning conditions across our system, outlining opportunities to develop options, soliciting feedback, arriving at proposals, and then planning for implementation. It is similar to the process we followed with Jefferson is Rising and the sunsetting of dual assignment. Dr. Adams and his team have shared with you the overall enrollment projections for the last 10 years, the historical piece, and then also what we're looking moving forward. Earlier this evening, you had conversations about declining birth rates that we see in Portland, as well as concerns about affordable housing for families and what does that look like. So I appreciate Student Representative Retorto bringing those up. What we do see is that regardless of the size of the students and the number of students who are enrolled in our districts, the goal always is to serve all of them well. What does change over time is some localized demographics where we're seeing students, where we're seeing shifts across the city. Some of that is reflective of housing costs, as we mentioned. We also know that it does not affect all grade levels at the same time. So we see changes happening and impacting at the elementaries that have not yet found their way to high schools. So we are going to be looking across the system and talking about not only what's happening currently, but then what we're anticipating as we move forward. Two topics that surfaced during our sunsetting of dual assignment conversation with Jefferson and the 3 adjoining high schools was the importance of describing what the core academic programming we expect to see across our schools. So while we'll look at some of the numbers and some ranges and some variability that we see, what was loud and clear was not only how we view school size, but what actually happens within the building walls. Part of what we're looking at here is we also had a conversation about what happens at every grade band and what is the variability in school size and student population, and how much of that variability should we expect, and how much can we design for, and what does that look like. So what we saw in when we were looking at Jefferson is Rising, if you recall, is that we were looking to have a target range between the smallest and largest high school of about 350 students that would then drive equitable programming within the schools. What you see in front of you is a range of enrollments that we have by grade band. So we have 45 K-5 schools. They ranged in size from 560 to 160 students. The median enrollment, which I wanted to make sure that we shared, was because it's an actual school enrollment where average, sometimes you lose that there's a place that is average, right? So we wanted to use median to share that. Similarly, we have 11 K-8 schools. The median enrollment there is 446 in a range between largest and smallest of about 403 students. Middle school, there's slightly less variability, and there's we've seen over time that we've made the conversions from from K-8s to middle schools, and we have also set some targets for what we were expecting middle schools to look like in terms of attendance. And then we also included 3 alternative schools and programs here just as a point of reference for this discussion.
Chair Wong, could I ask a clarifying question on that?
Yes.
You all know sometimes I get a little uptight about math.
Yeah.
Can you talk to me about why you want us to know about the range?
So part of what surfaced in the conversations and when we look at how we are going to describe what we did with Jefferson is Rising is talk about how do you get to equitable academic programming and what does that look like. So what we set as a target range was somewhere to not have more than a 350 student difference from the largest to smallest school so that you could have fairly similar academic programming across the system. The range is important for the same reason at different grade levels. So at elementary, it would show up as, do you have 1 homeroom, 2 homerooms, or 3 homerooms at a grade level? And if we're saying we want to plan for, I'm not saying this is a number, but if we were to say 2 homerooms at every grade level, then you're going to want there to be that to be fairly similar across the district. So it's one of the things that we talked about and has surfaced as something that people became, they gave us some feedback from Jefferson is Rising. I'm sharing it as a potential area of a criteria that we want to really focus on and as a measure of what does it look like to have an opportunity for equitable academic programming.
Thank you.
You bet.
So I want to clarify that.
Sure, sure.
So does that mean you think to have a good academic program at K-8, 446, you need that?
What this says is that right now, the middle, that we have 11 schools. So if we arrange the size of the schools from 610 to 207, the one that resides in the middle right now has an enrollment of 446. I'm not making a statement
You're not
about
making any
is
statement
it
about what
is it
number
desirable. I'm not making that. I'm just saying it's a description of what we have our current state. If that
Okay.
makes sense.
Great.
I actually love that I love seeing a median and I love seeing a range and I love talking about variability. And so I understand, I have a question about that though. It might be what Patty just asked, but so if we have 11 K-8 schools and there's a 403 variability and the median's 446, what does that tell us besides the range of middle schools? Does it tell us? It doesn't tell us about what the optimal.
Correct.
That range doesn't identify an optimal number.
No.
Okay, that's what I was curious about.
We're just describing current state.
It's describing current state.
And
Got it.
part of what I appreciate the math teacher in me appreciates anything about variability, because this is helping people understand a median or a mean. A central tendency is what we talk about a lot, and we don't talk about what the spread is. And so part of what we are saying in our system is that there's quite a range of experiences and sizes of schools that are within a grade band. So a median would say half of the schools are above it, and half are below it. And so it gives you a sense of where we are size-wise. The range will tell you the highest and lowest parts. And then you can there's all sorts of really fun visualizations that at some point I will probably bring forward, but not
So
tonight.
the range is telling us that, not the median, because the median means half of the numbers above are getting, it tells us something about the services and the programming that's available.
Yes, that's correct. Okay. That's correct. And so, for example, for if we just look at the top line there with K-5, when we see that our largest school is 560, but it's 400 students more than our smallest school, what does that tell us about what is possible within the school? So with the high schools, it was, that was quite a bit of the conversation that we had around the 4 high schools or the high school system. So we just tried to mirror that with other grade levels. Again, we're not making statements or drawing conclusions about what these numbers say. We're just saying this is the description of what we have currently.
It also tells us something about staffing. I mean, programming and also staffing.
That's right.
Modeled. Yes.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yep. So what we have is there is a timeline. There is this 6-phase process that we described. So what we wanted to do is take our process and pull it out into a line and go from a circle to a timeline and share where we are and sort of what the timeline would be. What you've heard a couple of times tonight is that the goal is to have a proposal and some frameworks and pieces put together for you by December. That came up a couple times already. So we're going to share a timeline and a proposal of how to get there with you tonight, and we're looking for feedback. Okay, so in this process, we'd start with exploration. We've been in the midst of doing this already, so I just want to make sure that we've been looking already. One of the big pieces that's in here is that we're reviewing outcomes from the Southeast Guiding Coalition, and we said that we would go back to the most recent enrollment balancing process that we had done, look for lessons learned, look at the impacts on students, educators, and the community, and use that as a way to help frame and in terms of continuous learning, what can we learn from past practices that will inform what we're about to do.
And I will say too, I don't think that piece historically here that we've done very well in terms of, this is not something that is new to PPS, right? We went through SEGC, we had DBRAC several years ago. It's really the learning that we can glean from those processes, because like I mentioned, it's not something new that we have done, right? Mm-hmm. This has been an ongoing piece that PPS has done in some fashion historically.
There are 2 other quick pieces in here about sort of our exploration that we've been in the midst of in the fall. So we're looking at current data, like looking at our current state, and this is a lot around facilities as well as school size and various other pieces. And we also want to deepen our understanding of practices and lessons learned from adjoining areas. So we've also looked at similar districts, San Antonio, Denver, and Seattle as an example, as well during this time. We're here in winter of 25-26. So we're in the midst of the plan to initiate phase, and we'll use information from meetings this week to inform our processes and shore up sort of what next steps are. So what we need to do is develop a timeline and plans that we can share what that looks like, similar to what we did with Jefferson is Rising. So there's some predictable places that you will expect information from us, and then also engagement with the community. We'll form an advisory committee and finish our current state analysis. We'll move into an engage and develop process, and this will be later this spring and through the summer. This is where we will develop the framework, the criteria, how we'll make decisions. We'll start developing scenarios and think about what does that look like, and lay out some of the initial engagements through. So this is really probably through around August, going into the start of the school year. It provides us an opportunity to do some of that building out and framing up. Then we'll go into the study and recommend phase, where we'll continue stakeholder engagement. It will be right now, when we get into the details of this, we would see this focused in September. We then use the feedback, we'll review the feedback, and then work towards a superintendent's recommendation. With that proposal getting to you late in the fall, which could be late November, and then for review and some recommendations and a board vote, and it would be a little bit sooner than we did with Jefferson is Rising, but the goal would be to have something ready for there to be action before winter break. And again, as Dr. Franco said, that puts us in line for the implement phase of this, which is to connect staffing and budget for the following school year into processes, into timelines that we currently use with the district. That would lead us into the fall of 2027 and then a launch. So as we start the school year. So that's the general outline. This is a slightly different graphic. This next one may look a little more familiar. So essentially in the next, from January to March, we're reviewing and analyzing student staff outcomes. We're compiling the current state. We're here to engage in some conversation with you about direction so that we can get to criteria and framework so that we can outline the phases and scope of the work. Ultimately, then the pieces around stakeholder engagement and feedback would be slightly earlier than it was this year, and we'd end up at a vote in December. So there are a couple of lessons pieces that we just want to highlight. There have been 3 student assignment processes in the last 12 years. One was
I'm wondering if do we want to go through lessons learned first before I ask them the questions?
We can,
or do you want to do lessons learned after each question?
This is just a quick frame up, and we can.
And then the questions? Okay.
Yep. This is the last slide before the questions. So we've done 3 recent processes in the past 12 years. One was a district-wide boundary review process from 2014 to 2017. That is commonly referred to as DBRAC. I actually sat on that as a principal for 2 of those years. Then we did the Southeast Guiding Coalition from the fall of 2020 to fall of 2022. And then the most recent was Jefferson is Rising this fall, and then getting through to the winter. And all 3, there was a focus on making sure that equity was considered both in terms of process and outcomes for students. And you saw that in the key performance indicators, in particular for Jefferson is Rising. With a focus and consistent focus on access to comparable and robust academic programs, regardless of where students live. So we see that language in all the spaces, and it's very consistent when we look at processes. And finally, we want to make sure that we're using facilities effectively to create vibrant learning environments, which includes, as you're talking about Seismic, like how do you make these choices about facilities and student enrollment in order to bring these 2 together, along with a very, very key pieces around Common Core academic programming. What do we want to see in every space at grade levels? As Dr. Franco said, what we want to do is we have not always consistently reviewed the effectiveness of past decisions, so we're taking time to do that now, and we look forward to sharing what we're learning with that. And then, again, to really think about how do we describe what is a well-resourced school that is sustainable across the system, that is something we can hearken back to over time. So with that said, we're to the 3 questions.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
So I planned to bring you all a list in late fall that may contain 5 to 10 schools listed for closure. And in order for us to get to a place, I think it's going to be really important that I understand your parameters and what your expectations are, because I will continue to repeat that the clearer you are with me, the better I can deliver on the outcome. So there's 3 questions, and I, for the sake of time, I don't know if I should just give some context to the questions, and then when it's time for you to do your multiple rounds, you just answer that way, because otherwise it can take a long time. So, and then we'll have some just added information for each one. So I'll ask them, and then we'll get through the rest of the slides, and then you'll be cued. But the first one is around the timeline and the process you want to follow for a resolution, because what we imagine is that you will complete a resolution directing me to dive into this work and begin the process of identifying schools for closure. I mean, we could say right sizing, we could say optimal use of resources, growing great schools, and at the end, I want to call it what it is, which will be a recommendation to close a subset of schools. So that resolution could be before you engage in feedback from community or after. It could have your guiding principles in the front end, or it could come later. But that's the first question. The second one will be, what process do you want to follow for public engagement around your guiding principles? So is that something where you all were thinking it would be a survey? Do you think you guys would want to go out to your zones? We're, of course, always happy to host and engage alongside you or on your behalf, but it's really going to get to a place where you need to know that, you know, as a majority, you all have set a set of guiding principles that you all believe in, because we're going to build the framework off of that. And then the last one is the general scope of the work. So that means, are we looking across all Portland Public Schools at the closure, or is your interest in looking at it in phases? So those are the 3 things we need direction on to continue the process. So I'm going to turn it back over. Any points of clarification for any of those 3 questions?
I do have questions. So just starting with the last one, phased or all at once, whatever we decide will have repercussions, right? Whether it's a phase I feel like I could answer some questions a little bit better if I was informed by DBRAC. I heard about it, and I had a colleague that was on DBRAC.
So we're going to go through that next. But if you think of like Jefferson was a phase, not the entire, like Portland or even Southeast Guiding Coalition was a subsection of the district. And so it's like, is that something that you all are wondering? But I know that our assistant soup is going to go through a couple more slides. So.
Okay.
We like it when you call her Dr.
I know. It's so hard. I have to stop myself because
Yes, Margaret's just
okay.
fine.
So you want to, so the question will be on each of the slides, but there's just some more context that will help you, and then we'll waiting to hear from you actually, so.
Yep. So part of it, I appreciate the question, Director DePass, because it's like, what have we done? So what are some examples? So we pulled together some recent examples of how this was done in the past. So with there are 2 most recent processes. I can bring up what we did with DBRAC as well, but I just looked at the 2 most recent. For Southeast Guiding, it started out as a Southeast Enrollment and Program Balancing and ended up in Southeast Guiding Coalition. So it started as a look at the entire district, and then and it was driven at some level by the opening of Kellogg Middle School, a modernized Kellogg. And so once these 2 pieces came together, there was a district-wide look. We should look at Southeast, was the agreement from the district-wide look, and then we were opening a middle school. Then it said, okay, how do we create an attendance area for a newly opened middle school that is, one of the modernized buildings? And so that became the first area of focus, and that became phase 1. It was, well, what do we do to do that? There was a decision to pause on the rest of it until we got that part taken care of. It was also in the midst of COVID closure, so it made sense to also do that. Then there was a decision to do phase 2. So the part was to configure K-8s to K-5s to create a middle school attendance was phase 1. And then phase 2 had 3 sort of areas of focus. One was to really look at establishing the attendance area and special programming at Harrison Park. And there was a DLI move. So there were a number of things that happened with that, as well as locating the students that were at Harrison Park into a K-5 space. And then there were some conversations about that and Bridger Creative Science. And then there was a last piece, which was around making sure that we increased enrollment at Lane. And how do you have similar size middle schools in Southeast was one of the outcomes that we were looking at there. So these resolutions came in 2 parts. There was a kind of a launch, there was an adjustment in the middle, and then we got to an end. The second part with Jefferson, the resolution came from the Modernization Comprehensive Plan in 2022 that directed the superintendent to resolve the enrollment issues by 2027. So and then we started in 2025. It was very well defined what it is that we were trying to do. And we were able to move through that in a faster process than we could see with Southeast Guiding Coalition. The board policy, as we said, in looking at factors, like how are we going to make decisions, you guys wrestled with this with Jefferson is Rising. There are 6 factors that are outlined in policy that we are asked to consider. There's no prioritization of these, and there's an acknowledgement that these factors may be in conflict with each other. And so that some of what is also was surfaced in Jefferson is Rising. Is it proximity? Is it student body demographics? What are the things that are going to rise to the surface that will help shape the decision? So that's also present in policy. So what process you want to follow for engagement, this is a draft of what it could look like. So what we did with Jefferson is Rising is we did some touch points with the board overall. We used teaching, learning, and enrollment to kind of keep updates and keep some information rolling. There were listening sessions that you did. How did you want to engage with the public? So in this particular outline, we have listening sessions outlined in April. And a board vote maybe on scope in May, followed by ongoing work and updates that would be through TLE, touch points with the whole board, and then back out to board listening session, work session, and a vote in December. So it's a fairly similar pace and sort of rhythm as Jefferson is Rising, but we moved it up a month. So instead of getting to January, this would be in line with like engagements in September instead of October. We just moved everything up a month. The last question about what is the scope of the work, there are a couple things. I'm just going to compare these two with sunsetting enrollment and program balancing and, Southeast enrollment program and balancing and sunsetting Jefferson dual assignment. So what's similar is that both of these are regional in nature. So they were Southeast there was places that were agreed to by the board that we were not going to go beyond. Same thing happened with sunsetting and Jefferson dual assignment. Both looked at focus options and neighborhood schools in the same decision process. Both made adjustments to boundaries. The difference between the two is that Southeast enrollment process was designed to be a phased process. It was supposed to start in Southeast, go to Northeast, and end up in Southwest. We went to Southeast. And so that's part of what happened. The length of the process, it became, phase 1 was fairly quick. Phase 2 took a little bit longer. In Southeast, there is street-by-street decisions about boundaries. That was different than what happened with Jefferson, which was a entire catchment. Was when we looked at boundary changes, it was at the high school level, and the elementary and middle school boundaries were not impacted. So the other difference was in Southeast, we were making changes to grade level configurations. We've been on a path to returning to middle schools and away from K-8s over a number of years. This has been an ongoing process, and it's happened with the reopening of Tubman, Ockley Green, Roseway Heights, Kellogg. So this has surfaced as what is our strategy around K-8s, and is that part of the grade level configuration? So those are some of the examples of the two. We can go back. There's been three or four that have been major. I would say that from DBRAC through Southeast Guiding Coalition and sunsetting Jefferson dual assignment, we're applying many of the policies and the practices that came from the learnings and the work that happened with the committee with the district-wide boundary review. So with that, we look forward to your guidance, and we're here to answer questions.
Yeah, if we want to put that, thank you. Got it up there. Yeah, so this is exciting. I've been waiting for this moment as I've been driving my team crazy on what not to do and what to do. So really excited for the clarity so that we can get busy.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you want us to answer these 3 questions through our round?
Well, that's the hope.
Okay. So
If
with
that's
that
possible.
hope,
I mean, I
let's
know
start
it-
with Director Ingalls.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Can I ask a clarifying question before we start on our assignment?
Absolutely.
Some of us, maybe all of us, if we all feel like coming, are having this agenda item on Thursday. And I'm curious maybe what the plan is for that.
Sure.
Because I feel like I don't want to get in the way of this, but I feel like I need to know what's happening Thursday to help me know what is happening right now.
Well, the only thing about, I'll definitely talk Thursday.
Oh,
but-
and not to be cryptic, we have a teaching, learning, and enrollment committee meeting on Thursday where this is also on the agenda.
Yes, and the first thought was to have that as that place for discussion, but we're also up against a timeline. So having the whole board, understanding direction from the whole board is going to be critical. Otherwise, we're not back before you until the work session on the 31st. But also, I want to move at the speed of your comfort. So if now feels like a better time for a general question and answer, and then a discussion during TLE, and then back to a board work session to be able to respond to these 3, that's helpful. I think what I imagined was that we would be getting into the conversation of the resolution and that engagement process that we're going to need to launch soon. But I'm happy to adjust.
I think that sounds perfect. I just want to make sure that I heard you. We're going to have a conversation tonight. It'll be a bit of a brain dump by 7 of us, and maybe the 3 of us on Thursday kind of synthesize that into a couple of places where we want to start moving forward. Does that sound about right?
I mean, I'm open to it. I know that in the committees, it's typically direction is for the full board, but I guess if the board gives, I don't, whatever.
Well, we would
works.
dive into those 2 pieces based on the conversation tonight.
Oh,
Yeah?
yes, that's.
I'm just saying we would take this conversation. What we learned tonight will help inform Thursday.
Yes.
Yeah?
So where would the clarity or the direction come in? Would that be March 31st, or are you all prepared to give that tonight?
Tonight.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm confused about what happened Thursday then, but that's okay. I don't need to, we'll just decide it all tonight. Fine. And then we'll do something different Thursday. Sounds fun.
So part of what will happen, there's going to be a series of we're going to need a series of inputs. So this is a broad framing discussion this evening that will allow us to think through pace of engagement, the general scope, and general timeline. On Thursday, what we'll look at is we will bring some additional information forward. So we'll look at some data in a slightly different way, and then provide some follow-up questions about how do we get from the general timelines, the scope, into are there specific things, is there more information that you need us to get? Are there specific guidelines or frameworks that you want us to consider? And that we'll have that discussion on Thursday. So it hopefully will flow from the framing tonight, and the guidance tonight will inform Thursday. We'll be agile if we can be, and then work it all the way through the end of the month so that you guys have a sense and you feel that there is a frame that you can feel that you have enough information. Really, that's my biggest concern, is that you have enough information to say, yep, this is the direction that we would like to see this process go.
And this is a big conversation. It's a bold step. We know that many have tried it, and then by the end of the process, they abandon it. And my goal is for that not to happen. And so if a general Q&A makes sense, and then we get to March 31st where we're clear on resolution timeline, I just wanted to flag timeline because, if there is interest in doing one big move, we really need to start getting that order together pretty quickly.
I don't want to slow things down. I was just trying to figure out how they were going to work together. But thank
Okay.
you. I think I feel able to have this conversation now.
Thanks for
So
the
I
question.
just looked at the agenda for teaching and learning, and I don't attend that committee meeting, but it looks like it's the same presentation.
It's a lot of the same pieces. So the questions tonight are around process and timeline, and where you want the public engagement, and then in general scope. On Thursday, we'll talk a little bit more about criteria and what does that look like,
Guiding
and then
principles.
and what are those guiding principles that that you would like to see. So, for example, if I may, one of the things that came up in the Southeast Guiding Coalition, there was a statement about wanting to look at robust middle grades programming, and there was also a statement that there was a feeling that K-8s and middle schools were not commensurate. And so there was that was like, we want you to look at that, was part of what came from that process. So I think that there are some things that as we go through, like what are the pieces that are resonating with you? There's questions around locations of programs and various other things. So there's a lot of different ways to kind of look at this. And I think the one piece that I want to go back to is, and Dr. Armstrong has said this, is if we look, are we looking at some decisions across the district in all parts of the city, or are we going to look at a specific regional piece? And there's some trade-offs in going in either direction. So I think that part of it is to hear, like, what are the pieces? Is there a timeline? How does this timeline sound to you? And then we need to get to some specific resolutions about what it is that we want to look at. So if that's helpful.
It is helpful. It sounds like tonight we could have a kind of a high-level discussion that's entire board, because I think it's, if I could speak for people, which I don't like to do, I also don't like when people speak for me, but I mean, we all kind of want to get this done, and we're all interested in the topic, and perhaps some of the more detail could happen at the teaching and learning.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, you just need to know, like,
What's your direction?
what's the direction?
Thank you.
Yeah.
And so,
I think it's 9 o'clock. Let's get started.
Okay.
perfect.
All right. Thank you. Director Engelsman. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go out of order because this conversation is one of the points that I wanted to bring up. I would prefer than having it on TLE to just always have it with the full board. I know that I now plan on attending all of these TLEs virtually because I want that information, particularly if we're discussing criteria and guiding principles. That's important for me to know rather than having someone tell me what was discussed, because I'm going to have the same questions. At the end of the Jefferson process in September, I had asked a couple of places behind the scenes, hey, can we not do Jefferson on TLE? Can we do it on the full board? I ended up going to as many of them as I could because I wanted the information. And at the end, I wish that we had just had the full board the whole time, so that anytime there's a criteria or a guiding principle, all of us get it right there from the source rather than having to ask 2 or 3 times or behind the scenes. So I'll start out by saying that while I understand why TLE might seem like a great place, this is a giant community-wide, perhaps all PPS conversation. People know Tuesdays are the dates of the board meetings. It could perhaps be harder for people to figure out when TLE is or when it's going to happen or where it's going to happen. And so for me, I would prefer to not add 4 meetings that aren't my committees and just have all of us always briefed on all of the information. So that's my first thing, out of order. I guess, let's see. Okay, so my question on, we're having I'm confused by this. We're having like lots of question right now. I can ask any of my questions, right? Rather than just answering. Is that fine?
It's
okay. So I
questions and then give your answers.
Okay, it might help me formulate my answers. So, growing great schools, 3 phases. Phase 1, enrollment campaign. To me, that does not feel like a phase that has an ending, given that we are in enrollment decline.
Correct.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that.
Ongoing.
Perfect. I have had the pleasure of talking to 2 principals recently, one a high school principal and one an elementary school principal, both of whom are going out into the community and are actively engaging parents who are deciding, do I want to go to this community school or do I want to go elsewhere? And they're like talking about how great our community schools are. So I found that so impressive. They know who they are if they're listening. Like, so I'm kudos to them, and I hope that more principals are engaging with the community as communities are deciding, do I go to this neighborhood school that is perhaps declining enrollment but offers a tremendous opportunity that Portlanders believe in, community-based learning. Let's see, what else? Oh, on the enrollment median and range, thank you for, I asked for the list of schools because I was curious what the range is and which has which and which has most, and I got that list. I have requested, on that list I should say, there was a couple of places where merger has already happened. Bridger Creative Science, for example. And so one of my follow-up questions, and I will put that today, is that I would like to see the merger numbers, because from conversations with a parent at Bridger, they started out really big, and then perhaps because people had to commute further, classes were bigger than they expected, it wasn't their neighborhood school anymore, those numbers have gone down so that in a particular grade level, Bridger has 1 less classroom than they had when they started 3 years ago. And so to convince me that right-sizing and blending schools is in our best interest with enrollment decline, I want to make sure that we are not compounding our problems by right-sizing and putting schools together. Because Bridger Creative Science, if we started out, and I'm going to make a hypothetical number at 500 students because we took 2 schools and put them together, but we have now lost 100 students, then have we saved ourselves any money and we've lost these community schools? So that is a piece of information that I would like to see, and that's probably probably the general scope of work for review, maybe. I don't know where it falls under. And the reason that I really want to know that we're right to right size is because a lot of these small schools, in my experience, and certainly in my neighborhood, which is not my zone, but it is my neighborhood, the schools are small, but they offer to that Mr. Leclerc, who I also know from public defense, his comment, they offer bike buses and walking buses and art and music and theater and PE, and they offer principals who know all the students' names, and they offer kids who can walk from their homes to their schools. And so I think that those schools, and perhaps those families in that school, might say, we are getting everything we need, and perhaps we can look at test scores and to prove that these kids are learning in these schools and that they're perhaps not missing out. And so, all of this about these neighborhood schools, which to Director Splitt's comment, I just keep saying, let's focus on these neighborhood schools because wonderful things happen in our neighborhood schools.
May I insert just really quickly? Because I think through the process of this conversation, I think we understand that you all are going to have some value statements that come up. And some of these may land more in the guiding principles conversation. That'll be later this month. So I just wanted to say that. So if you see me kind of jumping in, I'm just going to say that that's a guiding principle or a value that we're going to have later in the month.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But I will say that a guiding principle and value is also going to be an enrollment number, because if we are, to the Bridger example, if we are losing sight perhaps, or not focusing on, or perhaps choosing our guiding principle, we might be also losing. I don't know. I think it's all connected.
Right. And what I realize is maybe I perhaps didn't set you all up for a lot of success in this one. So let me get a little more give an example of, I think, one of the things that would be really helpful. So, and still, we want the questions to the overall presentation. But what would be really helpful is the timeline and process. You know, questions like, you know, you say, well, I would love to do a resolution early and what that would look like. For a process you want to follow with engagement, you want surveys, and you want to get out to community. And for the latter part, the general scope, I want to look at this in phases, or I want us to do the whole district this year. I think is what we're helping. And maybe we can, I know it's late, so maybe we can just get down to one or two of them if that's helpful for you all. I want to be responsive, and I also am saying, like, I want clarity. And maybe those two things aren't going together right now, so please forgive me.
No, it's perfect, because I'm actually on this page now with all my notes, and I think the need for information, which is merger and, you know, all this other stuff, is all going to come out, it sounds like.
So part of what we're doing is we're looking at the decisions from Southeast Guiding Coalition.
Right.
So Bridger is part of that decision. So we have longitudinal information that we're looking at about what was the impact on students, what has enrollment been, what is the impact on staff. We have people doing qualitative and quantitative analysis that we will bring back to you. We don't have it with us tonight, but that is definitely is what we're looking at, because those are the questions, right? So what we want is there to be vibrant learning environments for students, and we want to know we want them to be sustainable and not at the susceptible to fluctuations of enrollment that then lead to other decisions being made, right? So I think that yes, those are all the pieces, and I think the Southeast Guiding Coalition decisions actually have boundaries, movement of program. There's a consolidation or bringing two school groups together. So it has almost everything that would be considered, and moving forward. So it's right.
So to that point, if we hear from you, well, I want to do the whole thing this year. Let's get going. Then that will inform the work that we'll do, saying, okay, well, let's look at all what those parts are, just to make sure we're clear. So there's going to be a couple of times where we come back for, like, here's what this is showing. This is the cost. Are we sure that this is what we want? But at least hearing from you tonight will give us an idea of where you all are.
Okay, I think I can answer in a few bits. For me, I think all at the same time makes the most sense, particularly because I think of Burnside being the line between Northeast and Southeast, but that people cross Burnside to get to schools who live in Southeast, Northeast. And I think that if we were to just do pockets, that we might end up disrupting more when we do the next pocket, which could have been all put together. So for me, I think just doing it all at once, it gives more transparency, more people know it's coming, rather than are we going to be next, or who are they going to do, which pocket are they going to do next. I will also say that, and I asked, I don't know, at maybe one of the times that you were generous to sit down with me and answer my questions, I asked, when are we going to get this information? I have to say that hearing the information, I think I heard someone say late November, and then the decision should be made right before winter break. That to me feels very short for a final decision to come to the board, especially given the holidays right then. And some of the timing issues that happened this November 2025. So I would hope that the final recommendation to the board could come sooner than that, and so we have some time to ask a lot of follow-up questions without trying to navigate holidays, which maybe October. I think October would make a whole lot of sense. Someone in a meeting I thought had told me it would be late summer, but certainly not later than October, just because we're going to need time, I think, to let's see what else. And then the public engagement. I mean, ideally, one thing I heard in the Jefferson, and we got emails after we had solidified everything, was people saying, I didn't know this was happening. And so I would like to see some active involvement, engagement into every single school, so that people know it's happening. I don't know how that would be, through the principals, newsletters, going out there and putting somehow, not that we're ever going to capture everybody, and us too, but not that we're ever going to capture everybody. People will always miss something because they're busy, because they just don't see it. But for me, it's important, if we're going to be doing this, that we don't hear people saying, I didn't even know it was happening. And I don't know how that would happen, but it's important to me that we are just really getting everybody. I don't know if I've answered this
That was
question, but-
perfect modeling,
Yep.
actually. That was great. Thank you so much. Thank you for allowing me to get us to that point. Thank you.
Would be excited about doing the entire system at once, and that's because if you study systems, you know that you do something in one part of the system and there are ripple effects out in other parts of the system. I also think this is a process that the entire PPS family should bear the brunt of and be part of and be engaged in. So that, in terms of developing a resolution, I would be happy to work with someone to draft, and it could be ad hoc. It doesn't have to be in a committee necessarily, or happy to edit or contribute to that, a document that we could all agree to. I can say my values are, I hope, aligned with the outcomes of this, and that's that while I love the small schools, and you never hear anybody from a small school because they want to keep it that way, my preference would be if we're talking about right sizing, to make sure that every PPS student has access to high quality programming, robust academic supports, and that outcomes aren't predictable by where you live, your zip code, your poverty level. That would be an outcome I would absolutely be thrilled to support. We have a couple of Dutch community, Dutch things here. We're bicycle riders, and not every school has bikes. Even some kids don't have bikes or don't live in communities where it's safe to bike. So anyway, my overarching heart-centered value is around providing equitable access for every child in Portland Public Schools, regardless of their zip code. And I also I know we have experts in the House who study school right-sizing boundaries for a living, and so I would love to be pointed to some data. I feel like I could make a good decision understanding how, San Antonio, Denver and Seattle, what they did, especially Seattle, because they're kind of in the Northwest and we have similar demographics and similar, political orientations, etc.
I love those, and we're getting into those guiding principles that we'll definitely bring to you.
Right.
Yes.
So yes for bikes and healthy access to schools in their neighborhood. Less driving would be great, but mostly that all of our kids have equitable access, and they don't currently. And we know that. And then the general scope of work for the review. I want to just review some data. I want to know more about how communities are impacted. In terms of community engagement, April and May is also kind of fundraising season, so it's harder. You have fewer nights to do things, but if you've been on the board a long time, it seems like every April and May there's either a levy or there's a campaign or there's something where we're going out to PTAs in our zone. And I think together with the district we can come up with a nice plan to make sure that everybody is engaged. I also know we have an expert that knows how to reach unengageable people or people that are harder to engage. So I would look for more data.
Dr. Franco, you said that this process in boundary districting and right sizing is not new. What would be new is if we have a board that's willing to make hard decisions.
True.
In February 2021, when the decision was made to narrow the scope of the SCGC, it was a very prescient, I think it was Rita Moore and Scott Bailey said that if we're not willing to make some people unhappy, we're going to be right back here in a couple of years. And here we are. So I also 100% agree that it needs to be a full PPS look at the boundaries in the schools, because you can't just shift one area around and hope for equity. That doesn't work that way. So it needs to be for me, it needs to be the entire school district. think that's all I have to say about that. Community, in terms of community engagement, I really love the Jefferson process. I think we should just rinse and repeat. In terms of when we get the feedback, I think it's important to have that 2 times. The first time is just identify goals. Because as you know, most community, they know their school, but they don't know the whole district. So it's important to identify goals. The district and needs to produce, the recommendations. And then the second time for feedback is reaching out to community to give feedback on the maps for especially for impact mitigation. Just like we learned in SCGC, some of the most useful feedback came from oh yeah, this little group of houses live in this cul-de-sac and it would be crossing 2 busy streets to get to school instead of just going to that one. And so, that kind of stuff was really important. I think in terms of the timeline for the process, I think the timeline that you just laid out was perfect. That I want this to be not 2 years. I would like to get us to a proposal in, I think it was 7 months that brings us into December, right? No, we have more. 9 months. 9 months into December. So I think that's a good timeline. I think the longer we drag it, the more uncertainty there is. That's just not fair for families and people to go through. So timeliness is important. In order to do it equitably, it needs to be a whole district. And I hope that we have the courage to make hard decisions so that. And the other reason timeliness is important is because the longer we wait, the longer that a K through 5 doesn't have a full-time librarian, right? Doesn't have a full-time art teacher. The longer we wait, the longer that a middle schooler is not going to have compacted math or band. And this is something that's the reality today, even just in my neighborhood. So timeliness is very important to me. So sooner the better. Thank you.
Okay, I think my notes are all kind of mashed up, so I'm going to just answer these willy-nilly. I agree that we should do them all at once. Let's pull the Band-Aid off. Let's go. Ready to do this. I think public engagement should happen early and often. I also really liked the Jefferson process. And it felt like once we got to the end of the Jefferson process, we've talked a lot about the night that we took that vote. We didn't have public comment because the community had had so many opportunities to engage. So I would like to ensure that that happens. And I also really want to make sure that we are intentional about meeting the communities that don't show up for school board meetings necessarily, that aren't going to come to the evening event at the school. So be really intentional about our families who are immigrants, our families who are historically underserved, families of kids who receive special education services, that sort of thing. I really liked the KPIs that we used in Jefferson, and I would like to see something similar applied to this process. I thought that it really helped us created some guardrails and helped us kind of refine our scope and not go chasing waterfalls and too far afield when evaluating things. I would like us to look at the K-8s, and this is probably going to be unpopular, but also the focus option schools. I'm not saying to do anything one way or the other, but I think everything should really be on the table in terms of how we're evaluating the big picture and how we're resourcing communities. I don't think that our kids should have to go to a special school or a school out of their neighborhood to have amazing creative arts experiences. So that's just something to think about. I like the idea of using Teaching, Learning, Enrollment Committee to advance this work. We're not trying to drag it out. I hope we're trying to move swiftly and intentionally. And I think that TLE creates another vehicle for community engagement and gives families and educators and students a place to come and speak and weigh in. There isn't anything that can be decided there or that won't happen without the full board being involved in it. But I think it can save us some time and help us to be a little bit more nimble in the process. What Director Wong just said about the longer we wait, I often say, like, our kids have one chance at their childhood, and that's right now. So the longer this takes, the longer kids are going to go without. And I think that next year is going to be so hard. And I think that if we can go to community and say, yeah, this year is going to be really challenging, but next year we have the opportunity to really transform the experience that your child is having at school. I think we owe that to our community, and I think that is, when we're thinking about retaining families and maintaining our enrollment, we don't have time to mess around. We got to get going.
Great, thank you.
Kind of like going at the end. I got to time to write everything down while you guys come up with ideas. I was going to joke and say that I thought we should do each quadrant one at a time, but I thought that might give everybody a heart attack. So I'm not going to make that joke. So I agree absolutely that we need to rip off the Band-Aid and get this all done. I've lived in Northeast Portland now for 15 years and North Portland for the other 5, and man, we've been talking about it ever since I've lived here. So let's do it. Some important things for me are consolidating at scale because it would allow more significant upgrades to a smaller number of schools so that we have as many students as possible in the best learning environments we can provide. I would rather see focused upgrades to a smaller number of buildings because there will be upgrades made as we convert, I hope, to middle schools across the entire district. That's another tenet that's really important to me. I don't like that we have K through 8s in middle schools. We need to pick a lane. I think we picked it. I think it's middle schools and we just haven't finished the job. And that we should consider erring on the larger side because if we do it this way, I think we have the opportunity to have children in grades 6 through 12, because we've done all the high school modernizations in fairly modern learning environments if we're really targeted and overlay the facilities piece as much as we can. On that note, we have that $120 million for Tubman sitting in the bank, and I think it would be a significant waste of an opportunity to not incorporate that into this planning process, because one of the things that keeps people in their neighborhood schools is the conditions of the facilities. People get excited about new schools. Our enrollment goes up whenever we open a new high school. So I just want to keep that in mind. Would love that to be part of the conversation. Transportation efficiencies. We talked about transportation offline. I think about, I don't like to talk about my experience because it's totally different, but if we had a strategy around K through 5s and middle schools, do we want our K through 5s, do we want to focus on busing for those locations and we try to have a middle school structure that's walkable, or is it in reverse? Like when I grew up, I could walk to my K through 5, but a bunch of us took, hundreds of us took the bus to the middle school. So maybe thinking about the transportation strategy as we work through this so that we could decrease our costs.
And these are great as well. And these are guiding principles that you all are going to have an opportunity to talk through and vote on. Right. Yeah, and we love the enthusiasm, though.
Community engagement. As much as I would love to think we can rinse and repeat Jefferson, I worry because if we're going to go the full district, that is a huge task to cover in a really short period of time. So maybe we want to have a conversation about how do we divide and conquer. Do we take the lead in our zones? Do we have some overlap? Like I know that I end up in Michelle's zone all the time, and yours. I was just at Roosevelt today. So there's North and Northeast has a lot of overlap, and I'm just most familiar with that. So we might want to talk as a team about how maybe to divide and conquer so as many people in the community have access to us as possible during this process. So just throwing that out there. Budgets for conversions. I assume that would be coming out of bond funds, not the general fund. I know that when we did Tubman and Rose City Park.
We can bring information on that, but it's not part of a bond program.
Okay.
Unless, of course, it is.
Certain upgrades.
Yeah.
I know that happened with Tubman and Rose City Park, that some of those upgrades did come out because they could be classified as.
But I do think that'll be part of the conversation at the end of the month under guiding principles in terms of where there's opportunities for new construction and things like that. So you all are down the right lane, just a little early with it.
No, like, where's the money coming from? I think Director Engelsman had a really good point about the November, December timing. When I look at it on here, that might be more of a November, January, just being practical. If we're going to do the whole district, which it sounds like we probably are. Let's see. In terms of how to engage the community, maybe we could talk more about that in TLE. I'm not sure if it's something like a big, survey at the beginning, or do we establish our guiding principles? When I'm in the community, I like to have something to react to, and I do think that's one of the things that went right with Jefferson, is we gave the community something to react to, and that initiated the conversation. So maybe think about and you were talking about like, when do we engage the community? I would love to have something broad to go to them with, just to start the conversation. And I agree entirely about including focus options in the review as well. So focus options being part of the conversation. So that is my 2 cents this round.
Thank you.
Great. I've got a few things to say. I agree with pretty much everything I've heard. Doing everything in one fell swoop, district-wide, I think is great. I think that when you extend that process, then you open yourself up to some stalls, because then one thing happens and someone's like, well, why did that happen before this happened? And so just doing it all at once, I think, makes a lot of sense here. In terms of timeline, I, again, agree. I think that, the timeline looks pretty good. Again, I prefer things a little bit sooner rather than later, just because, we are looking at a pretty rough budgetary situation, and we don't know what's going to look like next year, but it's probably not going to magically get better. Looking at like that, again, sooner rather than later on that. As for community engagement, I have a few things to say here. Number one, during the conversation about MLC, one thing that I mentioned was that I felt like during that conversation, you had not cleared my personal burden of proof. I think that you absolutely could have, but I think that's something to take into account here when we go into these community engagements. Is thinking about, this is our opportunity to prove, why this is the right decision, and why this is correct, and getting, and hopefully getting people, who were maybe against this decision, or were angry about this to kind of see, why it is we might make that decision. Because I think that school closure, I think, creates the most public outrage proportionate to the amount of actual net harm on students. I think people are like, a school is closing what? And then get really mad about that. But in many cases, it can be a good thing, for many students. And so I think that viewing these community engagements as, as your chance to prove why you're right, I think is really good. I think that, it's also really important in these conversations to take feedback into account, but to not let it, shake our view of, of the entire district. Because again, we're looking at, making our schools equitable, not just for the students, between two schools that might be in the conversation of consolidating, but between, everyone in the district. So I think that's really important. But yeah, the main thing is, and I agree about community engagement in terms of, giving the community something to react to, saying, here's this headline, this thing, come talk to us about it. I think that the listening session, when we did Jeff Rising, I liked the board listening session. I think that gave people a good opportunity to, for all of us also to hear in some of those bigger instances. But other than that, I think that pretty much covers it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can't think I have that much more to say that hasn't been said. Okay, so are we doing east and west side?
That's the question. Do you want to? Do you want to?
If we need to, yeah. I guess that's what I'm asking. I can't think of a lot of empty schools on the west side, but that's what my question. That's what we're looking at, both sides. Okay, and so that means people could be in their new schools in the fall of 28. I mean, not, Yeah, 28, right?
Yeah, that's something
what we're
that
looking at.
we would discuss later on, like,
Yeah.
definitely decide by January, but like, what
Might have
starts
to
in
wait.
fall
Yeah.
27, 28, especially if there's a new construction and things like that.
Yeah, and we definitely have to decide soon. I mean, with Seismic, I mean, we got to know which schools we're going to deal with. As far as engagement, I think Jefferson worked really well. I like the idea of having something to look at that's kind of partially decided, making some choices. I like, it looks like you're looking at other districts that have done this and what they've done, how they've made choices. I think that's really smart. Somebody brought up transportation, and I hadn't thought about that. That's something to really look at. So with all the things that were brought up here, obviously everybody's for it. Everybody has a good idea, I think, every single one that came up. So, yeah, I think I answered them in order. Quick.
Well done. Thank you.
So, Director Swift, before you go, I just have a quick question. Because we're running late at 9:40, would it be okay to move the bond update to the next meeting?
She hasn't had a chance yet.
Oh, no,
He's gonna let me talk.
I just want to let Sarah Norman go home if we can let her go home.
She's like, it happens
No, she
every
stayed
time.
You can go home
long.
until I go home.
It does happen like every time. I feel like we move it.
Okay,
No,
we'll
let's
keep
get
it. How about let's
I don't
move
know.
our
I didn't have my
conference
glasses on
reports.
for the body language, but it seems like you want to go ahead.
Also, at the bond update, I think Dr. Armstrong covered a few things as well in that piece as well that we will echo. I'm just saying that as well. Or maybe skip. You're right.
Okay, we'll keep it. We'll move. Maybe I'll add. Maybe let's move the conference reports to the next meeting then. Sorry. Thank you for letting me interrupt.
Oh, of course. Yeah, of course. Okay. So let's see how I can do here. Oh, I wrote them down out of order. Let's see. Shoot. Okay. Timeline and process. Okay. So as far as resolution development, I suggest we have a resolution regarding scope and direction in April, and that we have another resolution in June that's factors or guiding principles, as you may call them. And then we would have, of course, a final resolution based on what the decision is at the end. My suggestion on sort of getting the work done, I know that that it's a place of convenience saying this because I'm on the Teaching, Learning, and Enrollment Committee. That said, I'm going to be a big fan of seeing us use our committees effectively, and I'm going to continue to push for it because we are here at nearly 10 p.m. on a school night for a student representative, and we still have a bunch of tired, poor Michelle, people who haven't presented yet, and it's because we cram too much into these meetings. We can all go and be ad hoc committee members on any committee, as far as I can tell. And so I think either we call them special meetings or we just have it be in TLE, but we need to have more meeting time that's not at 10 o'clock p.m. when none of us are at our best. And while I know more meetings might be problematic, I think I'd rather have fewer meetings that are more reasonable in amount of time. And so I would support using the committees across the board and not having repetitive presentations, understanding that we'll need to do good engagement work to bring people to TLE and know that that's where that will be the venue for some of the vetting, as we discussed. Related to engagement, I think that we should develop a set of guiding principles. I wrote factors, so just please, when I say factors, I'm talking about the same thing. That starting like now-ish, we're doing that work. First, we develop factors as a board. Then we go out and vet factors across district and school staff and also consider how to integrate student voice. And then from there, do a listening session where we catch families, and maybe we also consider doing surveys or some other methodology. The superintendent and I already talked about maybe doing some targeted outreach to certain schools where we just don't normally hear from them to try to get input on the factors, especially at the smaller schools, or schools that sort of, whether we admit it or not, we know are ones that might kind of come up at the end of the year. And so we want to make sure we hear from them. As far as the scope, I absolutely support it being district-wide. I absolutely support us saying that each part of the city should expect to feel some impact. And I know the west side is a little different because we don't have any of the like smaller enrolled schools, but we still need to figure out if there's things that we should do on the west side, like take a look at focus options. But no matter what, we should be looking at those schools. There's also a small middle school on the west side, so there's conversations to be had. So I don't want to leave anybody out and expect an impact everywhere. I absolutely think we should be having the K-8 conversation, especially because K-8s can become larger K-5s and combine schools that might enable communities to stay together instead of being divided. And then also, I absolutely support the focus option conversation, in including them and considering some of them for closure as well. And by the way, I know that that's controversial because those are the most vocal parents and sometimes the most affluent parents, and those are the people we'll hear from the most, and they'll talk about pulling their kids out of our schools. And so what? Like, we're going to hear it no matter what, whatever school it is. So I just want to open it up to us all to not worry about it. Everything's going to be controversial, I guess, is what I want to put out there. Everything that we're going to be doing, and we're going to have our heartstrings pulled at every possible point, which brings me to my last point. I think that when we announce the schools, this goes back to engagement. When we announce the schools, whether that's in October or November, I think that we should have a plan to go to each of those schools before a public announcement and talk to them about it and come in with a transition plan. For example, hey, let me think of a school that doesn't exist. I'm probably going to make a mistake and accidentally name a school. Susan School. You are on the list. Our plan is to merge you with Judy School so that all your kids are going to stay together and you're just going to go to school with Judy. Or we're going to split you in half, and some of you are going to go to Judy, and some of you are going to go to Diane. We are now naming my aunts, in case anyone was wondering. So anyway, to have a plan in mind and go to them before there's a public announcement, I think that would be really a great way to go about it. And then plan to have listening sessions at each of those schools. Or if it's like the idea I just talked about where Judy, Diane, and Susan are affected, have a plan for Judy, Diane, and Susan to all come together to one event, something like that. So on engagement, I think there's an engagement to figure out the factors, and then an engagement to deal with the schools that are on the list. And then also, I wonder about announcing it and making a decision and doing what I just said, but not protracting it. Because if it's, we found out in October, and now we had to do all this stuff, and now it's Christmas, or whatever holiday you celebrate, and you're like still hanging, waiting for a decision, like 3 months is a long time. Like, we want that time to make the decision, but also I think we need to keep in mind that like we are going to base it on the factors. The factors are really what we should be focusing on, and like what schools are affected in the end. It's not going to feel good no matter what school it is. It's going to feel terrible no matter what. And so I think we want to have room to change our minds and make a different decision, but we just don't want to prolong it. So I would just be cautious of like the October early date is fine, but then let's close it in December, not move it to October and then make it until January before we decide. I would prefer that we be fairly quick about it, but still do deep and meaningful engagement work. I think I covered everything on my list, and I don't think I said any general principles.
You did amazing. Thank you. And so just to summarize, I think as we close out for this item, I think it's clear that you all want us to bring you back information on what it would mean to look at the entire system. It's clear, robust engagement, getting into all school communities. We would never make an announcement outside of going to that school first. So we have shared values in that. And it sounds like a robust Jefferson is Rising like type of experience where families can engage and interact and have listening sessions. So I think that's clear, and I think that will help us as we prepare future presentations and get a little bit more deeper into the ideas around the resolution that you presented, Director Split, and that some folks seem to be interested in. So I feel clear. Is there any
Yeah,
clarifying questions?
No, I think that's perfect and really appreciate the conversation. And you got a head start on the guiding principles because that came out a lot.
We got a couple.
So definitely clear on the scope. I think the piece I heard in regards to engagement, there seemed to be, obviously echo what Dr. Armstrong said, but just to get a little bit more granular, it felt like engagement on the principles and then another piece of engagement on a plan or whatever options potentially could come about. I'm just trying to get clarity on that.
Well, I wonder if that's a later clarity piece, because I think at some point we will want to decide, do you all want like bundles of schools package like Jefferson, where we have, option A lists a subset of schools and option B lists another, and then deciding on that. But I think that might take some time, and I think we can get into that with the guiding principles and just more engagement. I feel like for this initial conversation, I think we have lots of good detail.
It was very, very good. I appreciate it.
And I appreciate the commitment that we're going to do this. So appreciate it.
Thanks. Student Rep.
Thank you.
Retorto?
Yeah, so I just had one quick thing. On that point about the, you know what? How about you go? Because I just lost my train of thought, but I'm sure I will remember it in 5 minutes.
Now you know what it's like to be middle-aged. I just had a thought. I thought I heard two different ways of engagement. I really enjoyed, as a community member, having something to react to. Correct. Which to me means the guiding, maybe our value statement would be developed here, and then that would be shared out. And then I've also heard, let's let the community sort of tell us what's important to them. I like the first way better. I like the way of developing our own values, we are the guiders, and they're not going to be perfect, and they're going to be, redlined, but we at least have something to present to people that are working and raising kids and cooking dinner and doing all the things.
So essentially, those guiding principles are going to inform a framework. And then we'll be able to do the technical part of taking that framework and say, based on this framework that was fueled by the guiding principles, here are the schools that are coming up, right? And then what bundle will we present to you? Will we present multiple bundles or one bundle? But I think those are things that we can dive into a little bit deeper. But yes, that's, I think, the plan.
Maybe for the purposes of the initial, if we do the 3 resolution model, that would be the kind of thing we could put in, as far as the scope and direction would include developing those guiding principles. And the only thing I just want to say is what I suggested, and I think it's a really good idea, but I think developing as a board and then vetting with staff, because I think involving the schools, because school closures don't just affect kids and families, they also affect our staff really deeply. So it just matters to me that we not lose track of that district school staff and students. So I just have to say that. Sorry again.
No, appreciate that.
Thank you. Yes, Student Rep. Turtle?
I remembered. Okay, so this is one thing that I think that I, in retrospect of the MLC situation, I think that one thing that I would say in terms of, how this information it goes out, of course there are some groups like staff that should know first, but once we send that information out, and then I think that we should be prepared to make an official statement very soon thereafter, because, if we wait a little bit, if we wait a few days before we send out an official statement, now we're playing a game of telephone, and, a bunch of people have found out because of someone who found out, because of someone who found out, because of someone who found out, and then now we're having to come in, and play defense and be like, no, that's actually, sorry, that bit was wrong, here's what we're actually doing. And so that's the only thing that I would say there, just to make sure that everything, that once we're committing to something, that we're committing and we're ready to to make a statement very soon. So that's the only thing I had to say.
Great, thank you. I also want to remind the board that right sizing has been done all across the states. We even have outside help, so we can also, we don't have to be so stressed about inventing the wheel. We can also have outside help that can also propose things to us in terms of like how things have been done, best practices, and et cetera. So I just want to remind the board, just be open about that and have that moving forward. I want to thank you too for all this hard work, and I'm excited for the more hard work. So thank you.
I appreciate the commitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would just like to say quickly that I do have to leave. Hopefully you guys have a good night. You know, I'm very sad that I will be missing the budget stuff, but you guys know me. 5 and 50, and it's the state government's fault. So
And go to Salem.
So that's, I mean, you guys get the gist of it. But yes, my poor mother has been waiting for me. So
Go home. All right. Next.
Tell her to come in. We want to meet her. Next time, have her come in and wait for you with her arms crossed in the back so we know who she is.
We have Chief Morrison with our finance focus, and also talking about PERS as well. So take it away.
Thank you, Chair
Wait,
Wong.
sorry, Dr. Armstrong, and then.
Well, I'm going to save you. I was going to do the whole opening from the press conference, but I think I'll just do the quote, which is a literary quote, and it resonates with me, which is, I awake each day with the desire to savor the world and save the world. So it makes it hard to plan my day, is the whole quote. But really, when we think about the programs and the people that we want to savor, that we celebrate, that we lift up, and then we think of the things that we have to do to save our district from financial crisis, creates this place where we're sitting today. And so I look forward to Chief Morrison walking through the details of what we're doing to save the district while also savoring all of the programs and offerings that we have across Portland.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. What I'm going to share with you tonight for Finance Focus, we have this budget update, and then we have, I think at the end of that, we can determine our values around the PERS presentation tonight. I would like to give that at some point. But we have been sharing information, kind of the backstory. What we were struggling with as a school community is how are we here today? And so I think resurfacing, even for folks who have been in the district for quite some time, the actual financial landscape that brought us to the place we are today, that's what I'd like to share with you tonight. And I apologize for the late add to the board packet, but it is out on the website now. So if we can go ahead.
You have the clicker.
I've got it.
Yep.
All right, so we're going to go all the way back to review our 24-25 budget message. And then we're going to look at the next year, actually a couple of years, and how our fund balance fluctuated and how we had additional resources to support our operations at that time. And we're going to look quickly at current state and then some next steps. All right, so I've linked to the actual meetings that information was presented, so you can go back, you can hear the conversations that happened at the time. You can go through the slides. We had some newly implemented contracts in place as we were planning for the 24-25 budget. We, at that time, had anticipated $30 million in reductions required. There was a deliberate planned use of fund balance, and that was shared openly by Interim Superintendent Sandy Husk and CFO Myung Lee. And then just you can see how our operations were formally supported in part by those pandemic funds.
And fund balance is like the reserves?
Yes, that's the 5% target that we target to begin each year with. And in our budget process, we budget it as a contingency, but it's still at that 5% mark. So in 24-25, these were the school-based and central office reductions that were planned at that time, a total FTE of 204.3, and then we had another $2.6 million in services and supplies. So meeting that almost $30 million target in reductions. At that time, our enrollment projections weren't as long in experience as a decline as they are today. So I think there may have been some optimism about students returning on the tail end of our pandemic experience. Speculation.
And then just to note that during that budget process for this 24-25 school year, I just want to call it out that there was the superintendent transition, and then interim, and then the CFO, interim CFO, Myung. So there was also some organization transition. Not saying anything related to that, but just to note the state of the organization at the time of planning the 24-25 budget.
Yeah, I really am thankful for their work and to be able to look back and to see the information they shared. These slides here talk about the projections for our fund balance if we did not make changes. And so you can see how there was a swell in the fund balance right up through actuals of 22-23. And then as 23-24 was adopted, we started spending those down. And so again, this is all information that was shared back in the development period for the 24-25 school year. And they spent a little bit of time specifically talking about reserves and the use of them and the one-time funds, the reliance on one-time funds that, you know, in PPS we had for multiple years. And so I think it just became part of our practice to rely on those funds while they were available to provide the best experience for students that we could. So you can see here kind of the shift, just like in a household budget. As you use down your savings, you have less flexibility when things come up during the year, which is indicative of our current state. This is a PPS specific example, so just expanding to show anticipated total revenues, even as far as 25-26, and again, that really intentional spend down of fund balance in order to create that stability in services. And so that brings us to 25-26. So this would have been my first year as CFO, and Superintendent Armstrong, her first year as well. So we were inheriting a situation where things are challenging. We shared with the community that there are contingencies and risks involved with this budget. I've shared the slide before, so I'm not going to belabor it, but there is a link here to the board meeting where we proposed and talked through these things. Then I'm not going to spend a lot of time on our reduction slides. These should look familiar. They were presented before. This slide has come up over and over again as we talk about the use of the fund balance over time. I'll go through the reduction lists quickly. This is a new slide, new graph. So we've been using this again in our school community discussions with principals and other leadership and decision makers. Kind of tells a story about our fund balance, and this isn't the budget for fund balance. This is actually what has occurred, and I think those two things can be a little bit different if your year doesn't go exactly like you thought. So you can see back in 2017 there was a pretty minimal fund balance. It was down below 5%. And then we started to pick that back up. A lot of this has to do with our level of state school fund and local revenue as well. So we're really looking at what's left after you have all of your income and all of your expenses go out. The fund balance is what's remaining. Excuse me. And so you can see in 2020 to 2021, 2022, that was a period of growth of the fund balance. We had experienced some savings in our operational costs through the pandemic period as there was distance learning, as there were staffing shortages, as the return to school was hybrid, all of those things. We did have some savings build up over that period of time. Specifically in 2022, the reason the fund balance dipped it down to 10%, but there's this high number there, that's because we sold a series of pension obligation bonds. and that revenue came through and was marked here. So that's why there's a little zigzag, but the rest is pretty steady flow. And you can see from fiscal year 22-23 to current state how we have used our fund balance, and again, and what was shared is a very deliberate way. This is a very similar graph, with the blue is still our general fund operating fund balance and the amounts for that. Layered on top of that is our ESSER pandemic relief funding. There was an expiration date on that funding. We spent all of it accordingly, over $120 million during that time period. And I think putting it here just illustrates how there was this big drop in resources between 2024 and 2025 to support our operations. And so we have had some variances since the budget adoption. There's a link there to where we initially shared those. This slide was pretty general terms. We've updated it to have more targeted dollar amounts to categories, as that was requested by our labor partners. So you can see around teacher set aside, transportation and maintenance costs coming in higher than were budgeted. And again, I think before they had been kind of camouflaged using those either fund balance reserves or ESSER funds. And so now we have to support them fully from our general fund budget. Oh, yep.
That's a good question. One thing I'm not seeing here is the PERS increase. Is that just because we already expected that giant increase and it's not new? So
Yeah,
it's not
we
on the
did. We
slide?
did expect that in our. We received that news in the fall prior to budget development for 25-26. That doesn't necessarily mean that we had enough flexibility in our budget to absorb the impact of that. It was significant. It was over $30 million of an increase that nobody immediately sees the impact of. Thank you for your question.
I have a question also.
Yes.
I keep seeing this and I keep not knowing what we're talking about. When we say vacancy savings not materializing at projected levels, what are we talking about?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. So I think as we came into our last negotiations in our bargained agreement, I think in working with our labor partners at that time, they had identified that typically, historically in PPS, we had realized a certain percentage of vacancy savings, and this is based on, I think, collaborative analysis historically. So when there were positions that were vacant for a period of time, that would come in as savings, and they wanted us to identify that number as we did our budget for transparency purposes. And we've done that as we've reduced positions over time, though, we have lost a lot of flexibility in that. And so this year we are not realizing what we projected.
And question, so you mean a vacancy that's ready to be, that we would like to fill, but we don't because we can't afford it?
Correct.
And that then gives us money because we planned to fill it in the budget?
I would just say it's that gap between a regular full-time person in that role. We do have some hard-to-fill positions, especially where that would build up. And when you're reflecting on the pandemic period, that was a time that staffing was exceptionally challenging, especially as we had lost substitutes and lots of staff.
Okay.
All right, so we shared this before, I believe. This is the mitigation plan and impact to schools. So it's not new information for you, but these are internal controls that we've not necessarily had in place from the finance perspective. They've been very decentralized around the district. And so we've been working with cross teams to put in increased visibility and increased approval in some of these areas. So just want you to know that that's a work in progress, and we will hope to start seeing some impact of that very soon.
Oh, what are ILT days?
Instructional learning, leadership, teams. Yes. So many acronyms.
For the sake of time, why don't we just do Q&A instead of doing the round?
Yeah.
Director Split?
I'm trying to decide how to make this a question. So I'm just going to talk and you guys can be mad at me if you want for not having it be a question. But I just was at our school's PTA meeting. I try really hard not to attend, but my husband attends and then I like get sucked in. And like literally no one was aware that we were having budget issues and that we were talking about potential furlough days, et cetera, which has been very much in the news. We've talked about it here. I've seen it on the news. I've seen it in the paper, but it just goes to show that like people are not tracking the news. And so I just wanted to make sure that I said it out loud that we have communication work to do, which is not on us. We've been doing it, but people aren't seeing it. So I just wanted to put that out there.
I don't have any questions.
I don't know if this is a question either. And I want to communicate this in the spirit that I intend it. There is so much with the finances and the unexpected gap for this year. I have total confidence in your work and your team, but I'm curious about having another set of eyes on some of the financials, so that like you have the assurance that there aren't any more surprises, and Dr. Armstrong has that assurance, and we can go to community and be like, yeah, we know the scope of the situation we're in. We've double checked it. And there aren't going to be any more surprises popping up, because we're hearing a lot of like, how does this happen? And I think we know how this happened. But I think just for the confidence that the community has in the district, being able to like say it with our full chest would be really great.
Thank you for that. And we have been sharing information as requests come in. I know Director LaForte has a request pending right now, so appreciate your patience. And we have shared that information with our labor partners. So it's just a lot to go through. We've offered our support as, you know, if they want to review it together so that they can get clarification around our accounting system and clarification around how we're projecting our fund balance at the end of the year and this impact. So we're really trying to make ourselves available and complying with all the requests that we are getting, because it is many. Yeah.
Vice Chair to pass.
Yeah, I appreciate Director Chase Miller for that idea. I know we do get a financial audit once a year, and I wonder what that would look like to have like a mid-year, another set of eyes. Yeah, I love that idea. Just wanted to second that.
Okay, thank you.
So just to build off that, I did request a budget to actuals, and Michelle's provided kind of a top line. There's a more granular version coming, but I'm happy to share what this just came through. God, it might have been last night.
Yeah.
Happy to forward that, but just initial pass, and having looked at these type of documents before, I emailed Michelle today. It's truly like death by 1,000 cuts. You could take any category and find $5 million there, but you know, if we're over $12 million on teacher salaries, you could say like, oh, it was the teachers, except it's only a 1.5% variance. So there's really, you can cut it 100 different ways, and it's incredibly challenging. So I'll forward that to everybody. It's the starting point.
Great, thank you. Any more questions? All right, thank you, Chief Morrison. I again appreciate the presentation. Are we doing PERS tonight, or?
I would like to ask that we postpone again There
Okay.
is a link to a video, to a Khan Academy video that talks about diverse or defined benefit versus a defined contribution plan. And a defined benefit plan is what the PERS pension plan is. So it's a great video if you have a chance to watch that before we can present. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. All right, next up we have the bond update. I'll hand over to Superintendent Armstrong.
Great. I'm just going to call on the team to come on up and give their brief, quick, to the point update. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Dr. Armstrong, directors. I just want to take a moment that, I know our meetings are long, but it is because we're at a pinnacle point in what we're doing with the district, right? And part of it is being collaborative and transparent. And so thank you for the opportunity, of course, to present on the bond program. And we know it is just one small piece of what is going on within the district. So without further ado, TJ. Are you running it? I guess I'm running it. Yeah, sorry.
Good evening. My name is TJ Hopkins, Senior Program Director of the RISE Bond Program. I'd like to start with our program status update. So 2012, 2017, these bond programs, as mentioned before, as mentioned before in this evening, are relatively closed out. Nothing has changed. The data has not changed from last month to this month. 2020, we've had a couple of projects that have closed out that'll be captured on next month. That's the ADA and SPED projects. 2025, we've had a couple projects that moved from pre-planning into the design phase. Those would be the athletic projects and the seismic projects. Okay, moving on to schedule. So this schedule depicts the same information the board has seen in the comprehensive master plan. It's just a new format. We've got the modernizations, starting with the design phase shown in red, and going through the project completion closeout in purple. You'll see demo for Ida B. Wells. Obviously, that's happening after the new school is occupied. We've added Grice Adair at the bottom, and as Sarah had mentioned, that schedule and timeline will be built out with the procurement as we present the contracts to the board for approval and then develop the program. I'm going to turn it over to Jessica Day, Senior Controls and Operations Manager, to provide financial information on the dashboards.
Hi, good evening. I'm actually excited that y'all didn't bump us because this is my very first time to be in front of you guys. So I appreciate the opportunity, and I look forward to doing more for PPS to be able to be in front of y'all. So we actually did make some changes to the next 5 slides. Before we had a little bit less information, and we added a visual off to the right. Gives the same data, so the model that we used in previous reports, we collected the exact same data, we just added this little visual off to the side. So 12, you'll see, as TJ said, pretty much done with 12, and 17 as well. And then
by the way, this is because we always get feedback with what project is that and what's included in that. So these visuals are so that you have these slides, so you're not seeing them for the first time in front of you. But that's why this visual was added, so that you could see what campuses and programs are in each bond program. I just wanted to clarify that.
So for 2020, we actually did add a little bit different of an aspect for 2020. We added the Presidio managed aspect. So we do have a column there that is specifically listed in Presidio's contract. And so we gave this visual as well to see where we're at, where we're going, and what we have remaining for 2020, and we did the same for 2025. So that's really pretty much it. Making it quick.
Okay, this is a new slide. A lot of the same information that's been presented in different formats. We've got At the top of the page, at the top of the slide, you'll see the project information with the budget, project team information. On the left is the project overview and the general scope. And then in the center of the slide, we have just some highlights of where the project is at, what's going on. We had groundbreaking for Cleveland scheduled for June 13th. That date is changing. Once it's confirmed, it'll be communicated and sent out and updated. Unfortunately, we had presented the materials and then had to capture it after the.
I also wanted to say that the color of the slide also corresponds with where the project is in schedule. So you'll note that in design it's red, it's kind of pink here, but anyway, so the color of the slide depicts what phase of the project is in.
Thank you for clarifying that.
No
Sarah.
problem. I am going to, most of you have seen these, but this will be, the clicker's not working. Okay, oh, it wasn't me. Okay, all right. I was like, all right. A lot of you have seen this, but we want to start including the floor plans and visuals of the renderings. As we get into construction, you'll start seeing construction updates, but this will be a typical layout of the overview of the monthly project for all of the projects.
Okay, again, we've got Jefferson, same format. Groundbreaking is scheduled for 10 a.m. on May 29th. There's the floor plans showing levels 1 through 4, exterior renderings. I think we've got an interior on the next one. And Ida B. Wells. Groundbreaking is to be determined. We know that that's going to happen sometime in the fall, so the groundbreaking will be scheduled around that once we have more information. Again, there's levels 1 through 4. Exterior rendering, aerial view, and Grice Adair.
I think something to highlight here, and I want to highlight this, that we did do a procurement pool for architectural and engineering services for the 2020-2025 bond, and we had 18 architectural engineering firms that replied to that RFP, which I think is just phenomenal, and that is saying people want to do business with PPS, so I just want to celebrate that in this meeting.
Okay, there's an exterior photo of Grice Adair with the interior and the courtyard view. So I'm going to turn it over now to Joanna Evanson, Senior Director.
I'm Joanna Evanson, Senior Director of RISE. Just a quick consolidated projects update. So consolidated sounds small, but really it's a lot of things. I know we've talked roofs and seismic tonight. These are the 4 roofs for this summer, and just to kind of reiterate, in our roofs, every project we do a roof is not just a roof. There is some seismic, there is some roof level seismic included in all of these bond roof projects. In addition to that, we do new roof drains and overflows. We remove old chimneys, take them down, replace the mechanical units on the roof, add fall protection, add improved safety, roof ladder access. So when we say a roof project, it's usually a whole lot more than that. Just wanted to clarify that. So then for 2020, we're closing out the HVAC controls update, which is converting our pneumatic controls to DDC controls, so more electronic. We can remotely operate the buildings. We can monitor and have a little more control over the buildings that way. We're doing that in 27 schools. And then we're also closing out the ADA and SPED upgrade projects. This improved accessibility when entering schools from parking lots, bus drop-offs, hallways, classrooms, all the essential areas in the school. We completed some kind of work in each of our schools. So that's a pretty big win. Like, they sound like little projects, and they're tiny in themselves compared to the modernizations, but we are getting into all of the schools.
And they're very impactful for our students.
Yeah.
And Joanna made a comment, why do we call them consolidated? And the reason they're called consolidated is because that was what's in the bond language, but I don't know that it does it real justice because of that. But anyway, because they seem like small projects, but they have a big impact across the district.
Yeah, and the second half of the ADA SPED is the SPED portion included replacement of fluorescent lights with dimmable LEDs and fully functioning restrooms for our intensive skills classrooms. And we completed work across 40 schools. And it's just lighting, but the students that are in those classrooms and for the teachers teaching them had a really big impact. Let's see, 2025. Did we skip a slide?
I don't think so.
Okay, great. Oh,
no,
I have it backwards. So, grant bowl lighting. Woohoo! Yes, so we have a good updates on this. We have all of our permits. We have our city permit, we have our tree protection permits, and our PBOT permits have all been issued. The power utility is scheduling to begin its work by the end of this month, which will include some directional boring, which goes underground. So you'll see machines, but you won't see anything above ground at that point. The light poles and the electrical gear are both in fabrication and should be arriving by April. So the remainder of the athletics that we have kind of in the planning phases are Powell Park, Franklin, Lincoln. When we say Lincoln, that's West Eldon Middle School, Roosevelt Fields. So all of those, not all of them combined, there's some form of field upgrade or seating upgrade happening in each of those. Those are ongoing.
Yeah,
Some
these are
further
being
along.
scheduled out, and we actually we've been asked to do a deeper dive at the FIOC meeting this coming week on the 17th, St. Patrick's Day. So we have slides for all of our athletics and a schedule in that. So that has been submitted. So we'll have a little bit more update on that.
The Marshall Athletic Hub, the first phase of that is happening now. It's in progress. Dr. Armstrong showed some photos of that, where we have the track and field portion getting their revitalization in ahead of Cleveland moving in for their swing site. The second phase will happen later, which is a multi-use field. And then the Jackson Athletic Hub is in schematic design. We have the track and field, again, also in its reconstruction. They're going to start that this summer. And then the second phase of that, again, will be some additional multi-use fields. I think that's it. Any questions?
Any questions? If not, give it back to Dr. Armstrong.
Director Split, and then Director LaForte, and then Chase Miller.
I have a couple small questions or comments or whatever, since you're here, we're all here together. I wanted to just flag on Wells that I'm just hearing a lot about the fences. So just want to make sure that you all know that the community doesn't love the idea of the thing being so fenced off. So I just will put that out there, and you guys can keep doing you on that front. But I can't help but mention it and represent. I represent the whole district, but I live in Southwest Portland, and I hear just with that space being the way that it is, and such a part of such a central community hub. And I'm also hearing from, oddly enough, students who are upset about the fact that they would have to walk from the bus all the way around the school to get in, which sounds like no big deal, but if you realize how big the space is, it's like right now there's entrances on both sides of the school, so kids coming off the bus from either direction can get in without having to walk all the way around a big fenced-in area. So just putting that out there for you all while I have a chance to represent the community. Thanks.
Thank you.
They also, don't they say that the fence stops some sort of a trail? Breaks it up, yeah.
Director LaForte.
Okay, just a couple. So I want to make sure I heard this right. Did you say that the Cleveland groundbreaking is going to change?
Yes, we had a conflict in schedules, and so we had published a date of June 13th, and we're having to reschedule that. We do not have a rescheduled date. We're trying to coordinate calendars.
Okay.
As soon as we do, you guys will be notified.
Is it like in the same ballpark, or is it months?
We're trying. No. It's
Okay.
in the same ballpark.
Okay, I wasn't
Sorry,
sure.
it's just that date does not work for
Okay.
us, and we had already published it, so we just wanted to make you aware. Yeah.
And Joanna, you know how excited I am.
I know.
I can't believe it. I'm very excited. Can you, I can sidebar about this, but I just wanted to bring it up. We, when I first started working on this project, which has been almost, I guess it's been a year and a half, almost 2 years, the Northeast Coalition of Neighborhoods gave our community coalition a grant to $1,500 to do an event for the students in the community when these lights get turned on. So it sounds like it is coming much sooner. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, this is gonna happen this summer. It sounds like it's actually gonna happen. So can we connect offline in terms of like getting closer on the dates so that we could do something special for the kids?
Yeah.
Before the school year's out? That'd be pretty exciting to do like a ribbon cutting or shovel in the dirt or something when we turn them on. It's a really big deal for the neighborhood. So I'm excited. Thank you for all of your hard work on it. And I love seeing the athletic hubs broken out and giving the attention they deserve. And I like capital projects instead of consolidated projects. They're big. So anyway, thank you. It's a great update.
I kind of feel bad asking this question. Did we hear earlier that Jackson is eventually going to need like a full rebuild? I'm a little curious about.
It's the swing athletic fields.
Oh, it's the swing.
for
Okay.
Wells.
Okay.
Yeah, does that help?
Yeah.
And I'm
That's
very
all.
happy for you that you have been spared a soccer game on the Jackson fields. But anybody who's ever had to go there for a soccer game can tell you that there's a lot of those fields need work before a high school sport can be played on them. So,
okay. Thank you. That'll.
Sorry to steal your thunder, but I had to get I get like real punch drunk at this time of night and just start talking.
If we can just sit here and look pretty, that's okay.
Yeah, we're good at that.
Director Engelsman.
Thank you. So I think I heard you say, and I went looking, but it's not published yet, that on the St. Patrick's Day meeting, whichever one that is.
I'm sorry,
I can't think of acronyms right now.
FIOC, March 17th.
Facilities. I couldn't even think of that word. There was no word. It was just St. Patrick's Day. At the facilities meeting, did I hear you say that there will be published a Powell Park schedule?
It's a published athletic schedule,
Which
so
includes,
it's not just for Powell Park.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, but
Yes.
a subset of that will be sort of like a.
Well, Powell Park, we're still in negotiation with Parks and Recreation, so we will not have a schedule for that
Okay.
until that negotiation is complete. As you know,
Yeah.
when you're in negotiation, you can only talk about so
Yeah.
much because you're in negotiation.
Yep.
But as soon as we're through that negotiation, we will update.
Okay, I just thought I heard the Powell Park schedule was going to be there, and I excitedly went looking for it.
You're excited,
Yeah. Two quick things. One, I meant to ask this in the bond. I can't even think of that word anymore. There is a line in the bond report, or the bond report,
Oh, the
BAC report. Thank you,
Yes.
the BAC report that says Wells High School is slightly behind Cleveland and Jefferson, but at the top of that same page, it says Cleveland and Wells High Schools are shown to be delivered on the schedule relative. Is Wells behind the original schedule, or am I?
It's not behind the original schedule.
That's
It
what I
is
thought.
it's just not starting
Okay.
when the other
When the
two
others are starting.
modernizations are starting. Exactly.
Last thing is more of like a communication thing, even though I'm sure we are communicating it and people may not just be hearing it. But I was talking to a professional friend today whose kids are at Vernon and are excited to go to Jefferson. And he was expressing that the Vernon, I don't know if it's Vernon, his community is worried that they're not seeing shovels in the ground because they thought they would right after Jefferson vote happened. And so I assured him that May 29th at 10 a.m. is that he should go, and that all of
Yes.
the committee. So I guess I would just say, please reach out to all these families. We know we have them engaged. We know we have contact for them, and let them know, because I think they will feel better that they're not seeing shovels in the ground immediately.
No, it's great question, or a great comment. And we do have letters going out to all of our feeder schools. That campaign starts actually this month, and so we'll start having all of that regular communication, and then referring everybody to the PPS website that is being updated on a regular basis for all of our modernization projects. So.
And I saw West Sylvan on the list. Is it finally getting going, or?
West Sylvan, we have to go through land use. So
So it's still
West
there.
Sylvan is on the list, but it is not something that shovels are going to be in the ground this year, but is on the list, and we have it scheduled out. And like I said, our athletic schedule will be able to show that. Great.
My comment is I have a very horrible story about a fence at Ida B. Wells when it was Wilson, which I won't share here, but it was bad, and we needed a fence because we had just finished the field, and someone drove across the field to break into the school to put red paint in the school. But fences are good sometimes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for staying till 10:30 p.m. Hopefully your circadian rhythms haven't adjusted. It's actually 9:30, so.
Exactly. Thank you all. Thank you.
Yeah, positive spin.
It's really only 9:30.
It's only 9:30 in my mind. All right. Up next, we have the first reading of the public contracting rules policy. Vice Chair DePass, could you introduce this?
Sure, Chair Wong. So I'm going to introduce the first reading of the public contracting rules and give some background. In 2010, Portland Public Schools developed and adopted a substantial and comprehensive revision to its public contracting rules. And those rules were updated in 2010, 2012, 2016, 2019, and 2024 to reflect legislative changes to public contracting rules. So this was to align with what the Oregon Revised ORS chapters 279A, B, and C, and revisions to the Attorney General's model public contracting rules. In late 2023, staff introduced a significant update to the district's 2019 public contracting rules to reflect 2023 legislative changes to the code, as well as improve internal alignment, efficiency, and effectiveness. The policy committee forwarded most of the rules updates and revisions to the full board, which approved them in February of 2024. However, the policy committee deferred consideration of a few of the proposed updates and recommended that these updates be brought back for consideration at a later time, and that's now, which is what we did at the last meeting. And the proposed amendments are to, one, remove duplicative amendment reporting requirement. So the policy required that staff report to the board contract amendments that are 125% or more over the initial contract amount. Since the purchasing and contracting department requires the board approve contract amendments of 125% or more over the initial contract amount, this is duplicative and it doesn't impact our responsibility to improve those amendments. 2, bring offer of judgment rule into alignment with board policy on liability claims. Currently, the board lets the superintendent or her designee make settlement offers in lawsuits if they and the general counsel think it's in the district's best interest. Right now, if the offer is over $25,000, the general counsel must also write a confidential memo to the board explaining the legal reasons. The proposed revision would update the rules so the limit matches board policy 8.60.21P, which allows the superintendent to settle up to $75,000 without extra reporting. On February 23rd, the policy committee reviewed the proposed revisions to the current policy on public contracting rules and recommended moving the policy to the full board for a first reading, which is where we are today.
Thank you, Vice Chair DePass. Do board members have any questions? Again, this is the first reading, so that means it will be, again, an opportunity to discuss during the next policy committee meeting, and then it will be back for a board meeting a minimum 21 days later. So sometime April 14th, I believe, is when we are scheduled to have the second reading.
That's correct, and it'll be posted on the website so people, the public will know about it, much like all of our other policies, and have an opportunity to comment.
No questions? Thank you, because I am not up for a robust discussion at 10:38 p.m. It's really 9:38. Thank you, Vice Chair DePass. As just want to double check, everyone is okay if we move board, committee, and conference reports to our next board meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, then that brings us to the consent agenda. Board members, if there's any items you would like to pull for separate consideration, please indicate that now.
I don't want to pull anything, but I have a question. So I'm prepared to move forward, but I do have a question.
Thank you. Ms. Brasher, are there any changes to the consent agenda?
No.
All right, do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Director Sullivan moves.
I'll second.
Director Engelsman seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. Is there any board discussion on the consent agenda? You had a question, Vice Chair DePass?
Thank you. I just had a question regarding Resolution 7261, dismissal of a contract educator. And I just had a wondering about if we're tracking data about who are impacted by dismissals. As a Black woman in the workplace, I'm concerned about, where the impacts are landing. And I was just curious if we track that data. And if we don't, if we would be willing to sort of track the data about who are impacting by gender and race.
Would you like me to answer? Yes, we track the data both whenever we do layoffs or whenever we do any kind of discharge or discharge at this level. Yes, it's tracked by race, gender, depending on the number of people, age, all of the protected categories.
Thank you. I appreciate
to the extent we have the information. Sometimes we don't have it, but the ones that you would normally think of. Yes.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question. Do we track it? Do we analyze it?
Yes. If it's a small enough pool, you can't do a statistically significant disparate impact analysis. But if it's a big enough pool, we actually do the statistically significant. But yes, we look at it. We compare it to the population of PBS as well.
Director Sullivan?
I do want to read my CBRC report, mainly because we don't meet again till the 31st, and I would not like to read about them.
Okay, so after we vote on the consent agenda, I'll call on you to
thank you.
read the report. All right, if there's no further questions, the board will now vote on resolution 7258 through 7279. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. The consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative Torres not here. All right, thank you. Next up we have Director Sullivan with the CBRC report.
Okay, thank you. It's pretty short. The CBRC Community Budget Review Committee met last Wednesday, March 4th. The committee elected 2 co-chairs and a vice chair. The co-chairs are Karanja Cruz and Adriel Person. Adriel was vice chair last year, and Karanja has served on the committee in past years, so they bring experience to the committee. Angela Bonilla was elected vice chair. Karanja recommended that because there is a lot of work to do to finalize the report, it is important to have enough people to share the workload. So it was decided that if someone else on the committee decides they want a leadership role, there is room for another vice chair. Anyone who wants this role can bring it up at the next meeting. It was understood that someone might want the job after having time to think about it. This election took quite a bit of time, as following Robert's Rules of Order virtually turned out to be a bit of a challenge. After the election, our CFO, Chief Morrison, shared the budget shortfall for this year. She also introduced a game called Hold'em, which shows trade-offs and choices in a resource-constrained environment. And I think she's going to share that with us at some point. Members were reminded about where to find the answers to their questions and how to submit questions online. The next meeting of the CBRC will be on March 31st, where there'll be a work session with the board. And I did ask you about that. We're doing a lot more than budget, I suppose, on the 31st.
Yes, and I believe that Chief Morrison sent you a reply, which is...
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll look at
So
it.
if there's more questions, we'll talk about it.
Okay,
we can
great.
talk about it.
Thank you.
Yeah. I also want to just put a little asterisk, if you can remind me to have Student Representative Retorto announce the wonderful appointment of the student representatives to the board committees. which is part of the consent agenda. I forgot to bring that out. All right, where are we? Next up, we have future topics, next steps. There's just 3 things I want to bring up, and we'll be really quick, not really, just more of an update. One is that I'm still currently trying to explore how to, or want to decide to, instead of one work session, one board meeting a month, just turn them both into board meetings with a section for work session within it. Because a lot of the calendar has already been developed and a lot of the processes have already been made, this will be more of a phasing in thing. And that leads to my second topic, because there was a lot of interest among all of us that wanted to increase the amount of public comment and opportunities, as well as looking at processes to make it more equitable in terms of access. So as some of you already have heard, we have our board managers looking into other institutions that have done it and how they do it, and we'll come up with some proposals for us to bring. However, because as one of the things that I want to do is, as we look into maybe phasing into 2 board meetings a month, that also means that we can allow public comment for what is currently our work sessions, and hopefully phasing into a regular board meeting. So that's the 2 updates I have. Nothing's decided yet, so more updates will be brought when they come. And then I don't know if Director, before you want to bring up the
I wanted to send a note to board leadership about, I know this would not be convenient, but about potentially having a conversation and revisiting the calendar for next year. I'm really concerned about the heat issue, especially looking at the expenses that we had for, I won't call them air conditioners, the giant machines that blew air around. We're starting really early comparatively, and I really am concerned that we're going to have some regrets in August if we don't reconsider it. So.
And I noticed, I had not realized it's actually 2 weeks before Labor Day that it starts.
It's because Labor Day is really late.
I know, because Labor Day is so late.
It's like a day difference on the calendar as far as the start date. It's just that it looks like a couple other districts are waiting until after Labor Day.
I don't see waiting till after Labor Day, but the week before Labor Day sounds early enough. But yeah, that was something I just hadn't realized how really early it was.
I know it's
Are
not
we talking
convenient,
about
but
whether
I
we're
worry. I think we're going to end up with a have the same problem for a much longer period of time if we start as early as we've agreed to.
Just remember, one of the concerns that we brought up is also that if we start later, it goes into Juneteenth, which would be an additional like $3 million cost. That's also something to consider. And also, lastly, I also want to kind of bring up a little bit of a danger in terms of precedence. One of the things that PPS usually comes up with our calendar first, and the reason is because we're the largest district in the state, and so a lot of other districts look at our calendar, in terms of reference in deciding, making their decisions. So I know that there's still a lot of districts that haven't decided and have decided or have voted on calendar between last time we voted on this and second. The other thing is also, if we're bringing this back up for discussion, there's a lot of impact that I want to make sure that we're clear about what the impacts are, because a lot of these notices have gone out, things have already been started scheduling, and things like that. And not only that, but also the precedence of like something that we've already voted on, and bringing it up and relitigating it again is something that hasn't happened before. So I want to bring those concerns up.
I hear you. I just, as we're thinking about it, let's just weigh like which problem do we want to have. I guess that's it's the lesser of two evils.
I haven't said anything yet. I'm concerned about changing it because we voted on it already. And also, I think I mentioned earlier, when you poke into part of the system, it has impacts and ripple effects in other parts of the system. But I'm more concerned about something that we vote on, that we agree to 7-0 probably. And was it not 7-0? Oh, because it was 6-1. But that's the majority. And I'm concerned that we, go back on things that we voted on, which the community counts on us to stick to our word. So it's just a question I have. I'm not in favor of doing it because I think it sets a bad precedent for our future work.
Aaron's just, go ahead. Director Chase Miller and then Director Sullivan.
I also just think trying to solve for the weather is not really productive. If we're trending warmer, then, when we look at June for ending school, it might be really warm in June, and then maybe we're in a situation where we're looking at like needing to cut days from the end of the school year unexpectedly. Or it is still super, super hot in September. I mean, I think the overarching problem is that our schools aren't equipped to manage the heat, but we can't control when the heat be heating. Like it's, the weather's going to do what the weather's going to do, and we can't, we can move it. And then if it's super hot in September, we're in the same situation. So.
Dr. Sullivan?
Yeah, I don't really think we should change it, but I'm looking at myself and think I should have looked more carefully at that calendar. I'm not worried about the heat as much as people are giving up a whole week of vacation. But that's my fault for not looking, so I voted.
I mean, nobody has mentioned this, but I don't know if anybody's read the Stand for Children Eco Northwest report about the length of our school year. And so, I think that the overarching thing to Director Chase Miller's point is that we need to start recognizing climate change is real. It's here. We never used to need an air conditioner in Portland. We now do need air conditioning. So when we start to make facilities decisions and decisions about other things, we need to recognize that there will be wildfire smoke and there will be heat, and it is getting warmer. And so we make decisions with that frame. But making a shorter school year to me would be off.
It's not a shorter school year. We would just shift everything.
And we would move into Juneteenth, though, which is a paid federal holiday recognizing the end of slavery. And we would have to pay people for that day.
Right. I'm just
Anyways, I do
looking
want
at what happened this year. We don't have to okay, I'm just.
Yeah, we don't have to litigate this now.
Yeah.
I want to finish with Director Engelsman, and then I do a quick question for the board, and then we'll move on.
I'm just looking at June. I don't see how we would actually move into Juneteenth. If we're moving a week later, we would be ending, I don't remember what date we were ending, the 7th, the 8th. I don't have it in front of me, but I would be open to reopening there.
Just to my mic is on while I share this. It looks like the last day of school next year would be slotted for June 8th.
Okay.
So it would move to June 15th.
Okay. I'm open to reopening the conversation for all the reasons that I expressed. And anyway.
All right. Well, I think the threshold for putting on the agenda item is if 3 board members want to have this on the agenda. So say yes if you want this on the agenda for a future meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have 2 yeses, so it doesn't quite pass the threshold. So thank you for bringing that up. I do appreciate the conversation. All right, with that, I think we have everything done.
Oh, I have something maybe for the agenda later.
Oh, yeah, sorry, thank you.
Can I now? Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
go for
it
it.
would have come up earlier if I'd read the audit committee report, but I'm not going to read that. It's too long. But one thing that came up at the audit committee is maybe wanting to know how the board budget is developed. And I'm just wondering if anybody else wants that information.
Is this something that could be, yep, so how many people want this information? We have 3 or more, so 3 plus. Could this be something that could be emailed to us?
I'll find out.
Okay. And then just let me know if it can be emailed or if it can be an agenda item, let me know.
Okay.
All right. And is that okay for everyone else? Email or agenda item?
If it could be done in an email, it seems more efficient. if it's just information out.
It's
But
more
I'm curious.
it's more time efficient, but I also think it could be a super quick item that doesn't require a ton of discussion. So just to like,
How about after the email, tell me if you want it on the agenda.
that sounds fair.
Still have questions, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great. All right. With that, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.